take the edge off.
Things on, so I better not say that.
I'm going to open the Selectmen's meeting of August 4th, 2011. Let the record be shown that Catherine Dawson is not present but on her way. We are opening the meeting specifically to open the bids for the RFPs for the police station. And then we'll take a quick break and be back at 4:30. We have two bids. One from Brian Huckins Builders. And that total project cost is $19,974. $974 even. 19974. The other bid is from Upcountry Builders. Formal establish the task. Total proposed cost for the above scope of work, $11,128.
Seems like a large discrepancy.
Yeah, it does. Can we compare them to see if one has left something out? Read along.
They didn't, Brian didn't write down the cost of each one. Looks like Tom has.
Oh, I see. He's just saying what he's going to do, but not what the cost is.
The top, right. He's given each task. And then on the right-hand side, Tom has given us
Well, even if
a total.
If you didn't put down the dollar number, do the tasks equal
same
tasks?
tasks?
They have the same sheet that they went by.
This is the sheet that was taken from our...
Right.
Okay, so he didn't do a breakdown on what each one will be.
Right. This is just a cover letter from Tom Gallant.
Well, why don't we wait until...
Well, we can't make, we're not really not ready to make a decision on this anyway until we know what we have in budgets and so on and so forth.
I agree. And I think that...
Okay.
We'll talk
Then
about
we'll talk about, we can talk about it late. What?
On Upcountries, they don't have what's in blue, so I hope they got apples to apples here, because like on this item here, it says see attached diagram with dimensions, and he doesn't have it here. Would that change this?
Thank you for your call.
Well, he's the one that did the diagram.
Oh, I see. All right, never mind. I thought that, so what's in blue is what he added?
No, we didn't add.
But those are all the bids we received.
They were both there at the same time.
No, that's it. And it's, the cutoff is past. That was at 4 o'clock, so.
There were three that did the walkthroughs.
I emailed and mailed Matt the third addendum on
Right.
July 25th, and on the this bid for?
Well, at any rate, it's almost an $8,000 difference between the two.
Seems like a lot of difference for that kind of bid.
Yeah.
One's
The,
40% or
the-
45% less.
The change in the cage was the floor to the ceiling, correct? And it was going straight across instead of making the difference between the coming out by the door and then coming in, so it would have been a cheaper rather than more money.
The only change as of July 21st was the attached diagram of the dimensions and remove the pass-through overlay from the paper.
Okay.
So that was mailed to July 21st.
So what you're asking is, do you think that that would have changed the amount if he,
Yeah.
to a higher?
Because it doesn't, I mean, are the changes or the additions that in blue in there something that we did?
Yes, but they were all notified.
Well, if he was notified and he didn't use it, then, all right. Then if it's like, well, you said it was gonna be this much, then that's what we're paying. You know, I just wanna make sure that it's all apples to apples.
Right. Because there's almost $8,900
That's
difference.
the change that we made.
Yeah.
Upstairs, cage outstairs. That's the only change on that, right?
Yeah, it's almost
Right.
$9,000 different.
Yep.
It's, yeah, 89, well, it's $8,846. It's a lot of money.
Yeah. It's a big discrepancy.
And we're not talking 1 or 2 grand here. You're talking-
Right, you're not talking something, right?
Right.
It's not a, okay. Okay. So we need to find out from Tom if he bid it according to the
July 21st change.
July 25th change, right?
Well, on the
You sent it out July.
change was made,
This, July 21st,
July 21st was the date of the change.
right. And you said you sent it
Sent it out on
the 25th?
the 25th. I spoke with Brian on the 25th, and I mailed it. Matt, I emailed it, I mailed it, and mailed it. And then Roland, I left him a voicemail message, I mailed it and faxed it. Because both Brian and Matt had had a heads up
Well,
that the dimensions were going to be changed.
Brian obviously has it because he has the new blue in it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
But when Tom printed it to put the prices in it, it's not the,
Yeah, he printed out the,
The original.
well, the only difference is the, cage, changing the dimensions of the cage.
which would have been smaller, more straightforward,
Now, why did
and no openings,
did
which would have been
Brian
cheaper,
cross
if
off
anything.
He crossed off raising the floor with 1.5 inch of plywood. Why did he do that? I thought we were still gonna do that.
No idea.
Do you want me to call Matt and find out why he didn't use the blue one?
Call Tom.
Tom? Some files so I can make copies.
All right, I'm going to call for a 15-minute break, and we'll open back up at 4:30 with Holden Engineers.
April 22nd.
Oh, yeah, I remember this one. Right. Okay, so we're back on camera and back open to the public.
That's correct.
On our agenda, we have Holden Engineers and whoever, I haven't met whoever you have. All right, Bill, I know we've talked many times on the phone, but
How are you?
I don't think I've met you. So let's talk about the bridge.
Is Hilton speaking?
Yep.
He was seen over at the bridge.
He was seen over at the bridge. He is? He's not coming over here?
He thought everybody was going up the bridge.
Chief's car. I'm gonna get coolant and fireworks. And
So it doesn't have that.
Hi, Jeff. It's Pat Constantino from the town of Tilton. We are in a meeting at 4:30. Are you going to join us, or? Yep, we're going to meet here and then go over. Either way, it doesn't matter. We're just going to begin if you're not going to come. We'll come over and join you. We'll come over and join you in a minute. Either way. If you think we need him here, he'll come down right now. He's over at Pine Street.
we're gonna go over there,
To be
right?
honest with you, I don't see any reason why we can't go over there now.
Okay. All right, we will, we'll meet you over there, Jeff. Okay, bye. So the situation is we were supposed to approve the design for the collar on the culvert, which we're not approving
Right.
because it's larger than the box culvert and would have to be bolted into the wing walls, which move.
Bill had a conversation with a guy from Mitchie yesterday, and what he was talking about, he said, you know, we talked about this collar because we thought it would be an easy way of.
Someone give Peter a mic so we can hear him.
I can just stand. Does this work?
Yep.
Yep. So yesterday, Bill was talking to a guy from Mitchie because we keep calling him, "Where's the design? Where's the design?" And he was talking about the how it doesn't fit exactly right, and And so at the end of the conversation, he said, the Mitchie guy said, what we should probably do is we should probably just make that end piece, take out the broken piece, put it in a new piece, and forget about the collar. And I think that's a good solution, because then we're not trying to put something else on to cover up the piece that's broken. You end up with a brand new piece that's not broken. And I think Mitchie would just soon do that, because they already made that piece once, and they're trying to special make this other thing, and all they could do is make again what they already made. And
So when you say piece, you mean that whole section of
The collar.
box?
the end piece, the last, whatever it
The
is,
inlet
5
side?
feet, yeah. There's
The box culvert.
the angular part of the box culvert. See, the box culvert is square, except for the end is
Yeah.
cut on a
I
skew.
think that's why we should go over there, so that we can
Right.
look at what we're talking about.
Yeah, right.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
That way we all know we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah. Now, one thing we didn't ask him was, how long does it take to make this piece? Because you need to have that piece to put the rest of the pieces on. The head wall sits on it, the wing wall is set against it. So, and my understanding, Mitchie guy was supposed to be here. He was planning on coming, so I expect he's going to be over there. We can find out how long it would take to make this thing, because
Is
it's
anybody over there, Mr. Hills?
going to be cold weather again before we get done here. Do you have his phone number? Yeah.
Okay,
Not there. I think we got his phone number. We could call him and ask him.
we can go over, and I'll make a motion that we reconvene at the Pine Street Bridge and then return back here for further discussion.
Second?
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Just gonna shut the camera off, and Joyce, would you,
You're on.
okay, we're back on camera, and we've reconvened. Just had a short visit to Pine Street Bridge with the engineers, Peter Holden and Bill Rosenall, and also Jeff Hiltz from Hiltz Construction, and Steve Gard from Meacher Corp. I still want to talk a little bit about this. What the proposal is, that we're going to replace the inlet box culvert in the head wall and patch, repair several of the broken pieces on the wing walls, on the inlet and the outlet sides, and seal, and then recut the chamfer on the wing wall that's, right. Hiltz is going to reset the wing walls, actually take everything out, reset it. Basically, the wing walls, not the, on the inlet, on the outlet side, the box culvert doesn't have to come out. He's going to take the wing walls and reset them.
We also had talked about excavating on the outside of the tube itself, on the box culvert itself, to make sure that the box outside was tight. And there was a conversation about how there was a joint on the inside that was big, but that was supposedly because it was tight on the outside. Because it would make that.
Yep.
Didn't I hear that they were going to reset the box?
That's what he said.
Oh, we talked about taking, I didn't hear him say that out there.
He was going to uncover the box and reset the pieces so that they were as tight as they could be.
I think
And they
that-
may be as tight as they can be, but he was going to uncover it and make sure.
I think the issue is on the outlet side, on the bottom. If it's as tight as it could be, then the top, there's an issue with the wing wall on the top.
Didn't Dennis say he walked down the box? Or was it you, Joe?
We both did.
You could stick your hand
You
right
can
in.
stick your hand in the slot, but it may be right up against each other at the bottom because we couldn't tell. So that's why Mr.
Right.
Hilt said that he would uncover the entire culvert
To see-
and
Well, if
set
there's-
them so that they were properly set.
If they're set in their plumb, then they should be snug. But if if the ground is level that they set them in on, maybe they were cast
But remember
incorrectly.
Mitchie person said that the outside of the tube is a little bit longer than the inside of the tube. So the outside is tight, and then they fill the inside in to make one piece of concrete.
Except they didn't fill the inside.
So they hadn't got to do that, but I guess I want to make sure that the outside is tight and it's not an easy inside. Then the outside's not tight, you know, hold. We don't want to hold through it because once the water's not going out, it's not sticking to the soil with this, then make sure that.
So then what happens is Jeff then brings in the soil and the compaction tests. At that point, as soon as he begins work on the bridge, y'all going to be there.
All day?
If they're doing something, then we need to look at it. If they're digging out dirt, I don't think that's the way there. But if they're putting the pieces together, we'll know what they're doing during the day.
They can give a schedule of their work plan.
Yeah, we did that last time. We need that. I guess I will probably call Jeff myself and make sure that I know what the schedule is. I expect Jeff's going to be there.
The Board of Selectmen should be CC'd on that schedule. I think at this point, at least once a week, there needs to be a meeting of all those concerned to see where we're going, where we're at, where we've been.
That's probably not a bad idea. And when I was out there, I was saying that, if there was somebody available, because we may have a question like, what is something, I don't even know what it might be. We might just have an appearance question maybe, on is it put together the right question? And then someone could look at it and say, yeah, I think it's right, or it's not original, or something.
I'd like to have the specs on what he plans to use for grout. And I don't want to call it grout, I mean, everybody's been calling it grout, but joint filler, joint compound. I want to see something that's expandable. I don't want to see,
Well, the spec is,
excuse me?
the spec for that is
The spec is pretty general. It refers to the state specs.
right, which uses concrete.
No. I have the state specs
Are
on
you
box
talking about
culverts.
where the pieces come together? Okay.
Where any piece of concrete comes together in that box culvert, where there's,
Okay.
wherever there is movement.
We'll get the spec, we'll do it, whatever.
Just so I'm clear, and I may have left something out, the inlet section is to be replaced,
The box culvert head wall.
and that includes the head wall, which is part of the box culvert.
Correct.
They're going to uncover the whole thing to make sure that all sections are tight on the outside. They're going to reset all 4 wing walls so that they're properly in place. And they're going to repair all other chips and chamfer the southwest wing wall. Okay, did I leave anything out?
Well, now we're talking about what they're using for the mortar.
No, I just wanted this scope of
Catherine is-
what is going to
Joint
happen.
filler.
Joint filler, so Catherine is saying that she'd like to see an expandable joint filler, and Peter is saying that it's a standard to use mortar.
You shouldn't use a rigid filler in something that's going to move. We live in New England. I've seen a lot of things move that shouldn't, but they still move.
That's right.
Is that why they designed that collar the way they did, because they didn't expect the wing walls to move?
They don't expect them to go relative to the tube. And I think that they are out of alignment on as much as they sell, that they would just put in perfect. And
So I really do believe that we should have somebody from the town also during that time,
Yep.
preferably Dennis.
That's going to take Dennis away from his regular work.
I don't think it should be a member of the Board of Selectmen, because as one member of the Board of Selectmen, we can't say, well, yeah, that looks good, or, okay, I can make that
Dennis
decision.
probably has more expertise than any of us, so.
Absolutely.
Unless,
We'd have to authorize him to act on our behalf, but he definitely has more expertise than all of us, with the exception of maybe Catherine.
Well, I wasn't thinking that. I was just thinking of the compensation part. It's taking him away from his duties. I mean, we originally bid this out, didn't include paying for one of our personnel to be on that site. And quite frankly, babysitting. We shouldn't have to.
And I don't think you guys need to be there much. I think
Well, I'm kind of gun-shy right now myself. I think the rest of the board is, because somebody should have been there. The minute those pieces were put in, I mean, come on, plumb's easy. The job should have been stopped. Should have said, look, stop what you're doing. First chain bite, job should have been stopped, but there wasn't anybody there to do it. Certainly, when those pieces were putting in, someone from your agency should have been there. That's kind of a critical part of this.
And we talked to Todd about when he was moving, about the repair time. They were all over the road. They were not being showed up. There was nobody there.
Nevertheless, then that should have been a red flag right there, shouldn't it? Unreliable?
Well, we go back to that's done.
So here we are, we've got a mess. I'm not real happy. I think the whole thing should be ripped out. And we should have a bridge that's not patched. My personal opinion. But I'm not real comfortable just saying to those players involved, go ahead and do it. We're going to trust you again to do it right this time. But we didn't get it right the first time.
I think it was because of the chair.
I'm not going to blame it on the weather. I've done concrete in the middle of January when it's 40 below and nobody should be doing concrete, and we didn't tear it out because it was winter time and we knew how to handle the project. He's been in business long enough. He knows how to do winter work. So winter's not an excuse for me. Now we're back to the issue of, should the town have to pay somebody to sit there because we can't trust our engineer and we can't trust our contractor? That's really the question. And I don't think so. Maybe the engineer should pay an independent to be there.
Don't have to go.
Pardon?
I said don't have to go then.
Don't have it go.
Don't have him go.
I think you just missed the whole gist of my conversation, is we don't trust our engineer and our contractor anymore.
How can
We
we
got a nightmare up on Pine Street Brook. Or Pine Street, it's not Pine Street Brook. Packer Brook.
If we don't have him go there, how can we be assured that the job is going to be done right this time? That's,
It's going to be pretty obvious if you go there and look at it. The problem is that this line is not long. Okay, it's broken concrete. That's the thing that you need to discover. When we saw the broken concrete, we took pictures of it, we both that is our job.
Well, I think it goes back to even before that, because, I mean, we have letters from Holden Engineer that talks about the box culvert back in February, that you knew that there were issues back in February with the chips, and that the whole erosion problem and everything you knew about. But nothing was ever done about that erosion problem. Nothing was ever done about the chips or the culvert or anything like that back in February. It wasn't until we noticed it in March, and then, pardon my expression, that we raised holy hell, and that's when things started to happen and things started to get rolling. But, your letters say to us that, there's the box culvert replacement and roadway, and even the verbiage that you use, you knew that there was a problem here with the culvert, and you knew that there was a problem with the erosion.
We pointed those things out to Jeff. He's like, well, we're not working on it until warm weather.
But whose responsibility is that? Could you have said, listen, I've got a problem here. I know there's an erosion problem. I'm aware there's an erosion problem, a huge one, because that's going to be a DES fine. And I also know that there's a box culvert problem here. I've notified the contractor. This is what I've done, and here's the documentation that I've done what you have paid me to do. But I don't have that. We've asked back in January for a copy of the status report that you sent to the bond company, the insurance company. We haven't received that yet.
The copy of the
Right, that you folks filled out for us.
We haven't gotten any.
It's a good thing we didn't fill it out. This is what they asked for. And when Joyce asked for that, Holden had filled it out and already sent it into the insurance company. So we need a copy of that. That's like that's January.
Who authorized Holden to do that?
That was my next question.
Okay, sorry.
So it's like, where in the contract does it say that you were authorized to send in this information to the insurance company? I mean, I'm playing ignorant on this one because I don't know, and I really would love to know that from you.
doesn't. I guess I was expecting that was the insurance company curious as to know where the project was. I didn't think that piece on or I don't think it is.
Well, the next question is, because it was done back in January, and obviously the work isn't done, have there been subsequent reports to the insurance company?
No, I never. That's the only one we ever got.
I've seen it.
You've seen it.
Oh, no, I've seen that.
As far as the erosion in January, it was very minor. And we told those about it, said you need to ensure this doesn't happen. And it wasn't until it was April that
Of course, we live in New England. In January, everything is frozen, unless we have a January thaw. By the time it happened, we were in the middle of spring thaw. That's when erosion, flooding happens in New England? Hello? There's no erosion control in place, none. There was none. We were there. I was there. Joe was there. There was no erosion control whatsoever. And by then, it was too late. Half the banking was 30 feet down the brook. And it still is. You go look at that brook, you'll see the stone deposit. It's still there.
When we first went in there, when we got the call from Mrs. Gambado, and that she had called DES on erosion that Friday, when we got there, there was absolutely no erosion protection, nothing. Absolutely, there was no silt fence in the brook. There was absolutely nothing. There was only the fabric in between the same fabric that you put in between the bridge, which is now in between the rock and the gravel and the bridge itself, the concrete itself. That was the only thing. There was a piece of it in the brook. That was it. And it wasn't until Dennis went and got silt fence and hay and everything else and started digging out that to make that situation better, and took control of it. But back in January, when he started working on that project that you were supposed to be monitoring, you should have been on that job and looked at it and said, hey, guys, we don't have any silt fences up here.
there was silt fence in January when they were working there because we went there.
Did they take it up after they left?
maybe it went down the brook with the water, I don't know, but.
Do you really think silt fence is enough erosion control for that kind of steep embankment? How about bales of straw, mulch hay, and erosion fence? I mean, typically when you have an embankment that steep and there's a road adjoining it that's just as steep,
Bales of hay are pretty ineffective when it comes to erosion control.
boy, it worked really well after we put it in, because the town of Tilton put it in.
The stone is a much better preventer of
That's why the stone is 30 feet down the brook?
larger stone than that.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, well, they put
It didn't
tiny
work.
stone in, and the tiny stone
didn't
ended
work.
up about 30 feet down the river, and down the brook. But, and I understand that, but the point I'm trying to make is that even though we have a contractor that did this, we have an engineer that we paid to monitor that. And you knew back in January that this was supposed to be, you know, these precautions were supposed to be taking place, and you didn't. And we have documentation back and forth that, you know, when you were making the documentation back and forth to Hilton, you know, are they 83% done, or 100% done, or 70% done? That's when we should have seen some documentation and saying, you know, I'm not happy with this. I'm not really happy with this.
Well, we had talked to Hiltz about, I mean, something's got to get done, and their position was, you know, we're just backfilling this with sand. We got the pieces in there, but we're gonna have to come back. We're gonna have to fix things in the springtime because it just wasn't finished. I think they just didn't want to finish it because with that in mind, it's like, you know, if it's crooked till May. Doesn't much matter if it's crooked.
But you represent the town of Tilton, not Hiltz Construction.
I understand that, but see, we would call Todd and say, when you guys going to be there? Well, we'll be there on Monday. We went there times, and there was nobody there. When are you going to come back? Well, we think it'll be on Thursday. We'd go in Thursday. Well, they actually went there on Wednesday and put pieces in. So it was sort of trying to keep up with them a little bit. And, I mean, short of just parking there and seeing if they show up, you know, we were trying to coordinate a schedule with them. And, you know, they put the pieces in pretty quickly. They put the tube in, and then they put the walls in. And it was sort of 2 occasions with, like, time in between. And it was like, it was at least a week in between when they weren't doing anything because they'd get a snowstorm. So there were times when we were there, but there were times when we weren't there because they didn't tell us they were going to be there.
Well, let's just back up. Based upon what you said, you know, well, we're going to be there Monday, and you show up and they're not there. And, oh, well, we're now going to be there on Thursday, and you show up and they'd been there on Wednesday. Did whoever go there look at the work that was done on Wednesday to decide whether or not they did an adequate job, a satisfactory job, or anything like that? Or did he just look around, well, there's nobody here, and he left?
When they had the tube in, the tube seemed like it was done pretty well. And then the wing walls got all stuck in pretty much at the same time.
Yeah, but all these chunks that were taken out because of the chains and stuff, was that ever noted? In regardless of when the person from Holden showed up, regardless of whether or not anybody from Hiltz was there, I mean, he could look at what was done. Did he note that, you know, the big chips were taken out of the thing because they lifted it with a chain, or this or that or the other thing? I mean, did you get a written progress report by whomever you sent there to do your inspections?
He took pictures of it because when it came to the wing walls, they put the wing walls in a couple days, I think. And we weren't there for any of the wing walls. So when we went there after, and it's like, hey, the wing walls are already in. And then we saw the damage on the wing walls. The damage wasn't damaged when they put it in. The tube got damaged when they put the wing wall up against it. So then we took pictures of it, and that's the pictures that we took. Called up Hiltz and said, you know, you get broken pieces and you got pieces that are crooked. And they're like, you know, we got to go back in the springtime. We just backfilled it enough so that the thing would stay in place over the wintertime. And when we go back in the springtime, we'll fix all that.
Did you consider that a satisfactory answer?
I wasn't sure how we were going to fix the concrete. As far as realigning the walls, I thought that was okay, because he was talking about how they were going to excavate everything behind the wall anyways, because it was just sand and it wasn't gravel. So it was like, yes, if you're going to fix it all in come May or whenever it's warm, and in January, when last time we were there was erosion control there, and in fact, we even talked to them about how you need to maintain it, because it says on the permit that the contractor has to maintain that. And I think they were doing something else, and water came and they hadn't been there.
This picture back in January, that this little house.
So we're back to, we're going to have somebody other than the engineer and the contractor on that job.
I think we have to.
I don't think you need that.
Once bit? Or wherever we have, if it's other than the engineer and the contractor, we need to be reimbursed.
I agree with you.
I agree wholeheartedly.
So who's it going to be and who's it going to be and who's going to pay?
I think that really should be, we hired Holden to get this job done.
Well, if we reimburse you, then we have to be able to control it. Because I'm not going to have somebody park out there all day long and burn up all of it. No good reason. And I don't think Dennis would do that. I think Dennis has got plenty of things to do.
He's got a lot to do.
This is his busiest time, other than a snowstorm.
I think if Dennis goes by and spends 15, 20 minutes, he's going to see all he needs to see.
I hope the hell it takes them longer than 15 to 20 minutes to set one of those pieces.
I don't think he needs to stay there while he set all those pieces.
I think he needs to stand there and watch them setting some of those pieces, considering how they set them before, because I'm sitting here wondering, are they going back to their chain and excavator method? I would hope so. But I didn't hear that discussed, so I'm just holding my breath and wondering. Because I sure as heck am going to be there when they start setting those pieces again, just to watch.
See if they,
And I'll tell you what, I'll stop them if I don't like what I see.
the straps.
What?
Do they have
You know,
special
They could have
straps?
just simply got some 2x12s and stuck them in between the chains and the concrete. Even that would have helped.
They had that, and they came out.
That's pathetic.
What you really have to have, you have a crane.
And straps, yeah. Yeah, I think I've heard that before.
I think you've said it before.
Yeah.
So are they doing cranes and straps this time? Do we know
I
that?
doubt it.
Talk to Jeff Fries and do that. We will before we start, because,
It wasn't in his bid price.
well,
I think, given the set of circumstances, things have changed
Say,
drastically. So I do feel we need to be reimbursed for his time, whether it's an hour, 10 hours, whether it's 15 hours. I still think the town needs to be, we need to do our due diligence as selectmen and say we need to be reimbursed, because this has taken up not only the selectmen's time, but it's taken up a massive amount of time for Dennis.
We need to get a copy of Hilt's schedule, and he has to be made to hold to that schedule, barring tornado or other dramatic acts of nature. But he needs to be held to that schedule.
Well, once that
And
happens,
based on that schedule, we can determine how long Dennis needs to be on that
Yeah,
job.
I mean, I should think you would want that anyway, because you can have your own person on site. And you don't want to send a man up there and pay him for nothing.
I think the crucial part is to reset those pieces. That's where we want somebody there.
It's three critical parts: resetting the pieces, filling in the joints, and compacting the soils.
they have a testing lab to test that.
They have a testing lab all set up for that.
That's not assurance, trust me.
Okay.
Been there.
Well, for the compaction, how you know if it's compacted sufficiently.
So, let's get a copy of their schedule and let him know that he's sticking to the schedule without deviations, unless it's approved first.
So he's going to, Steve Godfrey is going to call Jeff tomorrow to give him a start time, and it's going to be 2 weeks after that, casting time. So
Is that call also going to Holden?
We've been calling Mitchie like almost every day, so.
And we would,
My understanding is that it's not always receptive on the other end.
What's that?
You're not getting contact through to Mitchie. Are you actually communicating with him? I understand you're calling him, but are you actually getting,
With Michi?
yeah,
Yes.
okay,
I'm the one that's calling.
all right.
and, you know, I think what we'd like to is every day if you talk to them about
I
something.
was usually calling you.
Yes,
Even if I didn't have any good news or
right,
I was still, I
right.
was calling you and I was calling Dennis.
But if you would send our town administrator an email, this is what we found out today, or they designed and they poured the form today, whatever it might be, but that way we know what's going on too. Because this was part of the problem before, is long periods would go by and we had no idea what was happening. No one was keeping us informed. Just if you let her know, she keeps us up to date on what's going on.
Okay, so sounds like we have a plan.
sound good? You want to just go over what we just discussed, recap it?
Yeah, for the record, let's go ahead and recap it.
Go ahead.
Well, as I
Recap.
said,
It's going down.
the work to be done will be to replace the one section of box culvert and head wall at the inlet end. The entire culvert is going to be covered to make sure that the pieces are tight on the outside. Uncovered, I'm sorry. All four of the wing walls are to be reset so that they're plumb and properly placed against the culvert. And the remaining pieces with chips taken out of them in the wing walls and in the outlet end on the head wall, there's some chips will be repaired, and there will be chamfering done on the southwest wing wall. You're going to have a person there as they're working to make sure that everything is being done properly. We're going to have a person coming in to kind of oversee what's going on, for which we expect reimbursement. Did I leave anything out?
You're gonna send us a copy of that status report?
Right, the one the insurance
Yeah.
company.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And you will keep us constantly updated on what's going on from the process of molding the replacement piece right through till the end.
Bill's gonna be the person.
Okay, and
Okay.
a copy of the schedule.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming up.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Bill. Nice to meet you finally. Catherine, did you get a confirmation on Main Street at 7 tonight?
So we don't know.
Okay, I'm still going to leave that time open because they had a plan that they were going to come, but, okay. Yep, right here. Put them aside for you.
Can we be absolutely certain to get a copy of whatever Holden sent to that bonding company?
That's what you had asked.
That's what we
You
asked
said
for.
status.
Status report. That's the status report that we asked
Well,
for.
let's be on the phone tomorrow, call them up, and they can fax us a copy. If not, then call up the insurance company and get a copy,
Right.
because we need to know what they indicated on that.
Cindy, just in time.
I planned it that way. I actually locked myself out of my office. Tim let me in. Thought I'd be here a little bit earlier.
Like a piece of chocolate?
Oh, thank you.
She just
We have
came from
new
the doctor, she has to be good.
new ones?
Yes, these are new ones. I want to explain something. Explain. Here's one for you.
Thank you.
Catherine.
Woo! Excuse me. Thank you. Get excited.
Okay. I highlighted the ones that I won't be taking to court. Normally we take I don't know if you're going to do the same as last year and the years prior, is not take the trailers and I bring them to court to collect. And for that, after the deeding process, if that's what you'd like me to do, just give me a directive on it and I'll do that. I put comments, I added comments on here. And I also attached what they owe totally to the back, to each one is behind it.
Okay.
The backup for that, because Catherine had asked for that.
Yep.
There's a couple here, I know one two of them are going to be, no, one's going to be paying now. The fourth one down,
Yep.
okay? On 5/5, I received a payment, 2 checks, all right? And here's a letter. I applied it to her 2010 lien because it was the day before I liened. This is a copy of the letter I sent her. And the reason why I pass this around is she would like the selectmen to waive the interest. She wrote me back, and when she got the deed, impending deed letter, she says, well, I thought I paid this. And this, I wrote her back, and this is my explanation.
All right.
So this was the day before the lien, so I applied it to what I thought she wanted to do, because it was the lien for 2010. So I've been in contact with her. Would she like me to ask the selectmen because she thought she wanted to pay off the 8 and not the 10 or the 9, is to forgive the interest from 5/5 to when she pays it for the 2008 lien.
From 5/5 of 2011
Yeah.
to whenever she...
Pays it. My recommendation would be no. She mailed in her checks on an impending lien, I applied it, it paid it off.
So it's $3,152 for interest?
No, the interest no, these are how much the bills were. The interest between 5/5 and 8/11, if she did it, paid on 8/11 before noon.
Oh, just a few months.
Yeah,
I'm
it
thinking
would-
you're saying the whole,
Yeah, it
okay, I
would be
misunderstood.
$367.92.
In 92?
Yeah,
366.
$792.
Her reasoning being that
She wanted
because
to
she
pay off
wanted
the 8.
it applied
and I
to
didn't-
8 instead of 10.
And I didn't read her mind. It paid off the 10, it was logical, and that's what,
Yeah, but it
So by
wouldn't have
paying off
paid
the
off
10,
the
it
8.
saved your interest.
exactly, exactly.
Is that standard procedure, or would you automatically apply it to the oldest lien?
Normally
Or
we do, but it was the day before leaning. So these checks come in, it's on an impending lien, boom, we just sock it to it. It wouldn't have paid off the 2008.
No, that's true, and if there was no instructions,
Exactly.
The rate of interest before you lien is how much?
12%.
And what it is?
18.
Yeah.
I think the fact that,
So if we hadn't, and we applied it to the 8,
it
the
wouldn't have-
2010, she would be paying 18% on that monies,
Yeah,
on the lien,
yeah.
correct?
And she
Yeah,
was,
and the deed, and the 2008.
Which would be
because that's-
greater than the
Yeah.
367.92.
Right.
Correct?
Yes. Plus the fact that it wouldn't have paid off the 2008 lien, but it's
Right.
going to be up for deeding.
Right.
but on the
So,
2008, she was already paying 18%.
yeah.
so regardless, if
2008.
you'd have applied that to 2008, that would not have stopped the
No,
foreclosure
but
if we
it stopped the
decided
leaning
to.
on the 10.
And the amount of interest, the amount of money she sent in was applied
think,
to this,
right?
you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
actually saved her money because it kept the other one from being sent up to 18%.
Well, also the fact that,
So,
this happens every year. It's the same property every year.
How much money did it save her applying it to the 10?
Oh, I
had we
didn't even
not put it-
calculate that.
it was probably a wash because
Yeah.
you're looking at the same amount
Well, you're actually not, because
at
it's 18%.
It is.
for 5 from
It would have been the
from May.
2010. I wouldn't have paid off that lien. It would have gone to lien.
But it wouldn't have paid off the lien for 2008, though?
No, it wouldn't have.
So
No,
she'd be
but-
paying 18% on the remainder of that
It would have gone to deeding
in all
anyways.
of 2010.
But the amount of money she sent in, right, the amount of the check she sent in, if the 2010 had gone to lien, that amount of money that she sent in
Yep.
would have been at 18% until now. If we had reduced 2008, same amount of interest, because we're talking about the amount of money we credited
I
her.
don't think it's good precedent to do this. This is
So-
my opinion.
Oh, and I think it is.
She hasn't been penalized at all. She still
Well,
is,
the fact of the matter is, she
Save that
doesn't pay her
interest.
taxes either. She doesn't seem to care about the interest. She leaves it going on for 2 years and a day.
no, she saved interest, no matter which way you did it, she saved
I'm
interest.
trying to get recognized.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we
Selectman
not
Jessamine.
waive the interest on that particular tax lien account person.
The motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion on the matter?
Not by me.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, next. I have a petition and poll license for you all to sign for me, please.
Poll license?
Yeah, it's called a petition and poll license. It's erecting new telephone poles. You have no idea what I do in my office. I have to go out and dig. Yeah, no. Where are these poles going? This one's going on Winter Street.
Can we say no and make him put it underground?
You can do whatever you'd like.
One's
Okay,
going
poll
on Winter
person.
Street?
Yeah, but it's
Where?
short. It's going, doesn't say. Winter Street, here. These are the 3 copies that need to be signed, if you are so inclined to sign them.
I have a question for the tax collector person.
Absolutely.
Do we tax the polls here in Tilton?
No,
We have that option, do we not?
I don't know. Oh, you're talking about the poll tax, which is a head
No, not
tax.
poll tax, no. Not at all.
Utility.
I'm talking about the polls owned by Fairpoint Public Service of New Hampshire and so forth. We are entitled to tax those polls, and I was wondering if we did.
No,
I will pursue it and get back to you.
that'd be great. I'd love to get some more money for the town.
PSNH is the biggest property taxpayer in the state because of all those polls they pay taxes on.
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
That didn't go through taxes weren't forgiven by the state this year.
No, they weren't.
Well, this is Fairpoint.
Pardon me?
This is Fairpoint. I think they're shared between PSNH and
They do share.
Fairpoint in Tilton.
Some are, I know, and
Not
some are
sure
owned,
the
like the ones
percentage of
behind
them.
my house are all PSNH.
Right.
Along the power line corridor, but the one right out in front here
Right.
is shared.
I have a listing of all the poles.
Do you?
Oh, yes.
Because somebody in Meredith tried to get, or Belmont tried to get a list of polls, and they were told that it was proprietary information, which means they had to go out, because they want to tax the polls, and they went out, and they were going to have to go out and count the polls.
They should have gone, see, I have a book, I keep a log of every one of them.
Well, apparently they don't. But I'll do a little more research, but
Tilton's on
I'm
it.
pretty darn sure we can now tax polls.
Good.
So this is actually the same one, you just need 3 copies?
Yes, I drew lines on them, for extra signatures. They said they'll start putting extra signature lines on them.
So your job to keep track of polls too?
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion that we sign the poll permit for Fairpoint on, located on Winter Street, 13/12S.
That's pole installation, right? Mm-hmm. I'll second the motion.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We also do...
All
get-
those
Oh,
opposed?
sorry.
I don't know what it is, so I was going to abstain from
They
the
need
vote.
to be licensed to put in a poll.
Well, why are they putting in a pole? Are they replacing a pole? Adding a pole? And where's the pole going? In the middle of somebody's lawn? Is the person, do they have a right-of-way to put the pole in?
By right-of-way department, by right-of-way department.
Doesn't mean they necessarily have the right-of-way. I made them take the pole down on my property once.
I believe that. Oh, there they are, look it.
Very nice. It's on Winter Street. So, yeah, I need to know a little bit more about this pole.
Would you,
I'm just not a nice person today.
would you like to put this on hold, or we voted, so?
We voted.
Yeah,
But-
we voted.
We also get a filing fee of $10 per poll.
Oh, that'll put
I
us
don't
over
think I've
the
ever
top.
had a motion to sign a document.
Hallelujah, we're flush now.
We
Yeah.
sell several of those, we go have lunch.
There we go.
All right.
We can't, it's not in the budget.
No, it's on the budget. All right, what's next? All right, so, oh, also, there was one on this list that was on School Street for the deeding. I had it down as land, it was actual house, but he came in and paid it today. So,
Was that 215?
yeah. Okay?
You
Now we
paid
have
it
a-
off?
It's off, yes, he paid it today. Very happy.
Good, I'm glad.
But Al had looked at it as a home. I had made sure it's okay.
Al has looked at all of these, and so the board knows, Al has looked at all of these and get a yay and nay on these. We have that list, Catherine and Joyce, correct? The deeding list that Al has... Got it.
But I don't see it.
Not that, that's
Okay, fine, let's
confidential
figure this
KE.
Oh, a
That's
different confidential file.
So you can,
confidential AP file.
Okay.
this is obviously an old list because some have come in and paid, but...
Right.
What is this? This is, oh, this is what he went around and
Al's
went
recommendation.
around and looked at.
Around.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Where we?
Wow.
2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th one down. Isn't that a special case?
Years ago, yes.
Okay,
No longer.
okay. All right,
okay?
yep. That answers-
And that will be paid,
Okay.
yeah.
Well,
Okay, I have more.
I'm just holding my breath on number one, that's it.
So my question is,
I saw number one. I would love to have that.
Noontime a week from today.
Aye.
Deeding.
if we take Mr. LaPlante's advice and not deed those that he has recommended,
I don't know what he, yeah, okay,
are we prepared to take them to court?
absolutely, as long as you give me a directive.
Right,
Do it.
I become prosecutor.
do it.
Oh, I'd like to see them. Maybe I'd like one of those
They're awesome
properties.
in court.
Are they?
Thank you.
Cindy, do you need the letter from the selectmen before noon on next Thursday? So I'd have to prepare those letters.
I noticed these,
On the ones that you're going to take, yeah.
it's not
Yeah.
here anymore.
Not going to take, yes, because I have to do the deeding at noon.
So, so the board, I mean, we'll wait and do
No,
that
the ones we're going to
that
take.
morning, right? And then have the board come in and sign them, or the board can sign them, but if they pay, naturally we...
Yeah, I'll give you the forms.
Well, we can, you don't have to deed them on that day.
Now, once we deed them,
You do?
Yeah.
if we deed them that
Wait a
day,
minute. It says, I just read it, the selectmen may deed,
Yes,
may.
may or may not deed, but I'm
May.
going to be doing whatever we need to do at
if we
noon.
say to her that, yes, we want these properties deeded, then she will deed these properties.
And if we change our mind on one later and say we want this one deeded
You
too,
can do that too.
Right.
that's my point.
Yeah, well, you're going to tell me,
Automatically gonna deed them. What she needs
Is for not deed.
yes.
give us the
Okay.
Yes.
Right, so now, what happens when you deed the property?
I know about that one.
And how much longer do we have to wait for them to come in and pay that?
That's on,
90 days? How,
No.
There's a whole, first thing we do is we notice them that the selectmen have a deed to their property.
Yep.
okay,
And if there's someone living in it, then we start the eviction process. And then we
Okay.
also send them a letter outlining what their rights are in order to redeem the property, but there's deadlines to do that.
And then don't they have, isn't there like a year that they have to contest it to see if we did everything correct?
oh, we'll have
Because
everything.
we
What if it's
experienced
just
that with
land?
Riverfront Park.
That's contesting the leaning process,
Right.
not the deeding process. Well, the deeding process is part
Yeah,
of the leaning.
making sure we have everything in a row.
so if it's, can we use it in the meantime or no?
You take possession of it.
You take possession of it, you
If
evict.
it's just land, we can take possession of it.
True, and if-
Once we take possession of it in a deed, we can then start using it?
We own it. Once
But
we have
isn't
the
there a
deed-
period of time that they can buy it back from us?
I have to give you the outline in the statutes.
Yeah, there
There
is.
is a period of time.
Yeah, that they have a right to buy it back, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. With different.
But do we have a right to say, no, thank you, I'm not willing to give it back?
Well, you
No, there's a period that has to go by.
penalty to them, and you give them a certain date,
150%.
no, I think it's 15%. I give them a certain date that they have to comply. The thing to remember is...
I'm just
that
thinking of one particular
I know.
property.
Yeah.
Tax deeded property that the town's going to keep and not sell. Does the statutes allow you to auction them, do it by sealed bid, or as justice may require?
Right.
You need a town meeting vote to say, yes, you know, we're going to go ahead and keep that property.
Okay. Well, I guess this time next week, we'll
We'll see.
Find out, right?
be sitting here with
I'll get together with Cindy and make sure
smiles or,
the letters all set. And
Yep.
get them to sign it, and then if someone happens to pay on those that they don't want,
Has been nicely reduced, Alicia.
Yeah, it's gone down quite a bit. Okay.
I know, joking aside, I really do, because I know we're on camera, joking aside, I really do not want to evict somebody. That is
Absolutely
out of the
not.
question.
No.
This is land that I
This
was
is land
excited
only.
about.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, next on my list, we have a problem. 822 Laconia Road has a number of cottages which, according to our Chandler, our attorney, do not follow our zoning, and nor does it follow the state statutes as a legal address. All right, so those cottages up there, people are not supposed to be living in them.
And yet,
Therefore, we should not be giving them residency. I should not be giving them residency.
Right.
So I wanted to let you see the letter that Attorney Chandler wrote, and the letter that I wrote to the owner of the property that I'm going to be mailing tomorrow. I wanted your comments on it. Here's that. That's Chandler's letter, and I have, did I make extra? Yeah, let's put this down there. That's the only two I have on that. But while they're reading that, we also have a problem with other parts of Tilton.
So let's go back to this one. You're saying that you cannot allow occupancy there
Legal addresses, because
as
they're,
legal addresses.
because there is no, they're not legal residences.
And how many people are living there?
I had no idea. And I can't even
First off, it's
think,
not the
I know
common
there's at least 10 cottages that are not legal. There is the big apartment house, it's in the front. Now, these people also go on our rolls in human services without legal addresses.
Right.
So, to protect the town and to, I want to make sure that I am giving residency to those who have a legal residence. Yes.
oh, well, I haven't seen the attorney letter yet.
Oh, it's not in the back there?
Oh, that is the attorney letter.
Yes.
Is this because of the 650 square feet
Right.
zoning?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I don't believe they have occupancy permits.
No, they don't have occupancy, yeah, they don't have that either.
Right.
Well, they can't get those
And I
anyway because
believe they
it's
were-
not 650 square feet.
Well, they could get an occupancy permit for a transient, but not for a
What is a transient, Catherine?
move-about.
Yeah, well, I might move in a week, I might move in a year. I'm still a transient, so there must be a
Transient
definition.
means no permanent.
It has to be,
What's the time limit?
my guess is.
There isn't one.
It would have to
There you
be
go.
under the state's guidelines, and I'm only pulling this in
State
because.
doesn't have one.
The state doesn't have it.
Let me clarify what I'm trying to say here. What the state has is, in their tax codes, anybody who lives in any residence for less than 6 months makes that taxable under the rooms and meals tax.
Right,
So
yeah, okay.
using
I'm sorry.
that as a guideline, I should think that anything less than 6 months is transient. 6 months and longer is permanent. So you could use these units as overnight rentals, same as you would a motel room. Not many motel rooms are 650 square feet or greater.
Right. But the fact of the matter is, under motor vehicle statute, and I can't know when a person actually moves out.
Right.
If they come in, and it's legal within the town of Tilton to become a residency, and I think that's big with our zoning and planning, or whatever, that part. I'm not savvy to all that, but we have to be stricter and word it well.
Well, we didn't want them using cabins as permanent residences.
Right, but
Seasonal use.
there are seasonal units, but if somebody moves in the summertime,
We have no description in our zoning that describes really what is transient, what is seasonal, what is part-time. It says,
do we?
no, we don't.
We have a square
Our
footage
dwelling-
limitation.
Yeah, it says a dwelling
Otherwise,
unit
it's not a
has
legal
to be
residence.
more than 650 square
Yep,
feet.
I have that right here.
But if you look further, So if it's not 650 square feet, what is it? At least I couldn't find it. And we looked last week? Was that last week? We
The
looked.
dwelling unit is right here.
The state doesn't define it either.
No.
But other communities do different things to define it. I like
It would have to be a dwelling unit to be a legal residence.
tie it in with the room and meals
Correct.
tax. Nice.
I think it would be,
It has to be a dwelling unit to be a
I
legal
don't know if
residence.
it's
Yeah, I would think so.
100% legal to do that, but I think it's a good guideline. Is it taxable under the state of New Hampshire and the rooms and meals tax? If the answer is yes, then it's not, they're not permanent, they're transient. They're
Yeah.
tourists, they're whatever.
Well, yeah, I just need to have the town clearer on this, because I'm giving residency to people. If a landlord signs a landlord affidavit saying, yes, this person lives here, I have to give them residency.
Right.
All right? So I want to protect the town. We've got to tighten this up. I've got a number of people living up there. You know, I don't want to not register their vehicles, but I have to according to the laws if they're not legal residents. Now, if we have a definition of a legal residence, or, you know, these condos, these small condos, these cannot be used as a legal residence, and that's it, at all.
The Lord Hampshire falls into that. They're little rooms, but they're condoing them.
They can come visit, they can live there, you know, there's summer place, they cannot be legal residents.
Which one is 822? That's South Bay?
That was from Chandler.
Is this South Bay 822?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, it's my understanding that there is not an apartment house on that property.
That big,
There is one house, but my understanding is it only has an occupancy permit as a single family dwelling unit.
I know there's 4 apartments in there too, and there's, in the office
So
in the
those-
front, there's an
those-
apartment in there.
They can't legally live there.
That's
What's
a code
the zoning
enforcement
that you
issue,
were
right?
looking at?
Right.
Just as the definition of seasonal dwelling, any structure including but not limited to private cottages, guest or tourist cottages, or any portion thereof which is capable of being used as a residence for one or more persons, but which, because of a lack of heating, water supply, sewage treatment, electricity, cooking facilities, or any other factor relating to the structure of the land on which it is situated, cannot be continuously used as a residence on every day of the calendar year.
So the argument is, if you have a cottage that's under 650 square feet,
Right.
and it's hooked up to sewer, water, and all of those,
But it's still not a dwelling.
but is
not
it
a
seasonal?
It's seasonal.
And how long
And
is
all-
seasonal?
and
That's the problem.
If you read...
If it's deemed seasonal, we don't have to give them a registration.
But let's not bring condo into it. I have a cottage on the lake, it's less than 650 square feet, and it has all the sewer, the water, bathrooms, it has everything
But
it
it
needs,
still doesn't
except it's less than 650 square feet.
So it's less-
Where in our zoning does it say, I can't live there for 8 months?
Or be a legal residence.
And
I don't
have
care
a
how
legal
many.
residence?
Legal
But it
residence.
says that a legal dwelling unit, 650 square feet or
Dwelling,
more.
not residence.
It says...
And what's a dwelling unit?
One room or rooms connected together constitute...
It's
if
something
it's not
bigger
a-
than
if it's not
650
a
square
dwelling
feet.
unit at 650
Come on, we're
square
a
feet,
town of
what is it?
3,500 people here.
You know how many times we've been taken to court?
We have to be so
Yeah.
tight. We truly do. And that's why I wanted you to take a look at my letter that I'm going to be sending out. Now, if I have to modify it, I will.
Yep.
Or, you know,
Because he can't provide you with legal residences
Right.
for 4 units in a large apartment house that, in our zoning, is not an apartment house.
I thought Al said that that one was okay.
The last time I talked to Al, which was last week, he said he could only find a permit for that to be a single-family dwelling unit. And I believe, Sandy, back me up, in the site plan, that is listed as a single-family dwelling unit. And that's what it was before the site plan as well. And that's the only thing the planning board allowed to be there, is a single-family dwelling unit in that house. The planning board, am I right?
Yeah, I'll have to pull the paperwork, but yes, I remember it being talked about.
I
So
was
I guess
never
that's a
given
single
approval
family.
to have an apartment building
That's a single
in that
family, yeah.
house. It's a single-family dwelling unit.
He was replacing all the units, the cabins along the way. He was going to replace all those with new units that were going to be less than 650 square feet. He had the one dwelling unit on the property, and he got a variance from the ZBA to have, build a second dwelling unit for his mother, or whoever it was. Oh, well, anyway, whoever it was.
Yep.
And, but
So
that
uses
was
her.
all part of the site plan approval.
So none of those residences are residences.
There is
One family.
single-family
Single-family.
dwelling unit, according to our planning board.
Right. Next time I'm in, I'll pull his,
Yeah, so
notice it.
So, what does this mean?
It means,
The
rest of them aren't residents.
oh, I got it. I got it.
So,
I got it. I brought it with me.
do I,
Shock, shock, shock. Right here. April 25th, 2007. The approval is for a condominium subdivision site plan with one dwelling unit over 650 square feet and 25 non-dwelling units under 650 square feet. Now, he never did substantial completion of this, did he not?
He did put in some drainage, and he did do some work on a couple of the units.
But that's not substantial completion.
But you can't enforce that if the board did not say in their conditions what substantial development was.
Wait a minute, we did that to Hast with his trailer park,
But if you look in there, I don't believe the board did.
but they didn't do that to Hast either.
You enforced something even though he hadn't done...
It came
Well, that
from,
was because...
that was
the
Mark Puffer's
attorney-
decision, said
Mark
there was
Puffer
not
at the time.
substantial completion, and that's in the state
But
zoning.
we're talking almost 25 years there, and nothing had changed.
But still, if the state law says there's a time limit, they must have substantial
4 years.
completion. And that's certainly 4 years, 2007. But nevertheless, before he came in for this, it was the same thing, really. There was only one,
There was one
One
dwelling,
family-
there was one house.
right, and the
all
rest were all
cabins.
seasonal. So even if he didn't implement this, he still only had one dwelling unit.
Okay, so are we okay with the letter, or does that letter
No.
need to be changed?
Letter needs to be changed.
Okay, so the letter needs to be changed, because I'm trying to move on from there, because we have a huge schedule tonight.
so, let me have the letters, please.
There's your copy.
So, only one
Those
family
two.
can live there?
Yep, one family can live there right now.
Okay.
There's only one legal residence for that property.
So, we're going to also...
Can I have a copy of Chandler's?
Sure, here. Oh, that's my original. I know. We're also having a problem with, and I mentioned this to
Thank you.
Catherine, is 850 Laconia Road, Nick Gonzano's property. It's all listed as 850 Laconia Road. They've got the motel unit.
Where is this?
This is right across from Winnisquam, Nick Gonzano's property.
I know, I'm not,
Here.
Lemire.
okay, got it.
Yeah, South Bay and then Lemire.
That was a
Those,
brainstorm.
those units down below are not
Yeah.
dwellings,
That's-
right? But the one on the end is H unit, okay? But there's also two homes at the same address,
Yep,
Those are the back.
850. Yes, there is no distinction on what they are. So people can come in and say, I live at 850 Laconia Road.
Well, then what you really need to do is a letter needs to be sent and said, because of 911, individual addresses have to be given to these units.
Okay, I spoke with Gus about that.
Yeah.
We have nobody, Gabe Wadley used to do 911 addresses.
Well, contact Brad Ober.
Well, I'll have Gus do, I don't want to step on her toes, because
Okay,
that's
well,
what she does it.
Tell her to contact Brad Ober, because the fire department is very concerned and wants to be kept in the know with 911 for obvious reasons.
right.
So have him go out there and check the numbering, and then they can sit down together and renumber so that everything has its own number.
This has to be done by the town of Tilton.
Yes, it has to be done
So,
by the town of Tilton.
I thought that Gus had taken over Dave Wadley's.
Gus is
duties.
doing 911.
Right.
But Dave always went out and measured
Right.
and gave the address. And what I would do is, when I was doing 911, then take that address and
What did
divvy
he
it out.
measure?
There's so
Every
many,
50 feet, the number changes.
yeah. That's how the numbering is.
Yeah.
So you take
So
a
if
true
you-
number, and then you go every 50 feet, and that's how you're going to change it.
Yeah, how many addresses
Or,
at your
like
house?
in the case
Yeah,
of
so my
this,
brain is going, what?
in
Yeah.
the case of like Tucker Bay, say, you could say Tucker Bay is 850 Laconia Road. You have 850 Laconia, 850-1, 850-2, so however many units are sitting on that lot. But now I know for a fact Lindmere is its own condominium, all by itself.
It's 846
And
up on the
okay,
top.
that's at the very top. But then now you take the Lindmere, if it's also 850, they may change that to say 852. Be unit 1, 2, 3, 4.
And they have to list the units. Right now, there's
So-
nothing listing any units.
Right.
As you get to that boundary of that property, and you go, I mean, it must go from boundary to boundary, you just don't start measuring 50 feet down Route 3.
You take a true address, this is what Dave Wadley taught me. You take a true address that has been recognized by 911 and they use it successfully. And then you can go forward from that. Every 50 feet, you're going to change the number. It can change by 50 numbers. So, in other words, if this house is number 1, you go 50 feet and that would be 50. So that if there's anything in the back, and that way, on the 911 map, it's all spread out and they have the numbers. And usually what they do when you have condos is it will be the same number, but it'll be -1, -2, -3.
Or A, B, that kind of
No,
thing.
they
you know,
don't like
maybe.
A, B, C.
When I first bought my place on Clark Road,
Wow.
it was 3 lots. And the first lot where the shops are was 64.
Right.
The house is 70.
Yeah.
The lot in the back was just a little strip of land that was unbuildable. I've since merged them.
Right.
So I consider everything to be 70 because the primary residence is 70.
They did it last year as well, yeah?
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion that we approve that.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? They have a, do you know where I'm talking about, Family Tree?
Exactly.
They have, last year, they had a liquor license with a little bar on the deck, and then it's seasonal.
Any problems?
They have to renew that license every year, huh?
Apparently. Wasn't aware that they had to do it.
I was unaware that the state made them relicense. Once they had a license, they had a license, I thought.
For prior establishments, we always have policy.
But not this, right, yeah, that's right. I didn't think so. Okay,
And it would be confined to the back, correct?
correct.
The deck.
Right, the deck.
The state's kind of
Speaker.
Hello?
Yes, it's
There we go.
That seems to be on.
Wonder how long that was out. And there I was thinking, gee, I'm not getting any feedback from the mic
We've got to get a
today.
new strip on. There's no question about it. We just keep,
Yeah.
playing
it's
with
on.
it and playing with it. Okay, we're on.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. I wanted to come to just give you guys a little update, and I have a couple letters that I provided to the Parks Commission, because Billy and I met with them to see if there was some interest in doing some of the activities that we wouldn't be doing. So I brought the letter that we presented to them that I wanted to give you guys. And that outlines what we talked about. Well, that outlines what we had talked about with the Parks Commission, and then we had discussion about the possibility of them taking over the fireworks and the possible summer fair. And they agreed that they would consider summer fair, but they would like to pursue the winter parade and fireworks. So I provided them with some paperwork as far as the plan that we use, that we followed to do summer fair, and we agreed that we would help them with transitioning to the Christmas parade, helping them get that going this year, because that's what they wanted to start with. So, and the letter that I just provided, maybe you can make some copies. I didn't have the opportunity to do that, but it just outlines kind of what the Main Street Board had talked about and what we felt was feasible, where we're at now, what we'd like to focus on for the next foreseeable future. And then this is the other this is just a letter asking for the town portion of the funds, which we hadn't submitted.
No, it's just a letter for the funds.
Yep.
Thank you.
I don't know, it would be great if maybe one of you guys could read that letter, just so the other... Is she going to make copies?
Yep.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'll just wait.
Yep.
So what I was hoping to do tonight, after we just discuss that a little bit, is one of the projects that we'd like to see if we could get permission to do is tackle one of the projects. A long time ago, the Main Street program had paid for basically a study of what could be downtown, essentially. And it was a series of workshops, and we had an architectural engineer come, and essentially it was just a conceptual drawing of if we could do anything, what could we do. And the idea of it was just to use it as a master plan, to try to use it as a springboard to make improvements for downtown. So what we've decided to do, since the program is really lacking in a lot of the support that we need to keep it going as robust as it was, we'd like to basically focus on some project that makes a lasting impact downtown, because we really don't know going forward how long the program will be in existence, just because of the lack of support, and it's been really difficult to just keep it going, essentially. So what we would like to do is, with the existing funds, and essentially kind of use the plan as a springboard to organize people around an improvement project. So what we would like to do is show you what we're thinking and get some feedback from you, and maybe what you guys would like to see as far as what we could do with our resources and time and money that would kind of leave a lasting impact downtown. And then ideally, if in organizing and executing this project, if we got some, if it could renew some excitement around the program and other people would be willing to take it on and go forward, that would be great too. So we're hoping, we could at least end the program with kind of a bang and a big project, and then if that would get some people to kind of rally around the cause again and pick up the torch and move on, that would be great. And if not, at least we feel it's the best use of the money that we have, the funds and the time and the amount of effort that people are willing to put into it at this point. So. So this is just a letter from the board that we drafted together, so it just kind of gives you an overview of what we're thinking.
Absolutely. More
It's a
than
big jar.
one.
So, what kind of projects did the Main Street program have in mind?
Well, I brought the master plan that we did a long time back just to show you, because I don't know if you've ever seen it, actually. These guys
Me
have,
personally, no.
these guys have all seen it at different times and things, so I don't know how we can do this. What should we
We have a
put it
little
on?
easel over there.
Okay. You guys see it all right? Mm-hmm. All right, this was if Tilton, we could do whatever we want. We didn't have to worry about anyone's property or anything. This, what could we do? And essentially the whole concept of this plan, and one of the assets that the town really has, which a lot of towns don't have, is the river. So the concept of this plan and the architects, what they tried to do is they tried to make as much of the river accessible to the downtown as possible. Because right now there's very few areas where you can actually see the river. This is like the church where they have actually a piece of property that, let me make sure that's the church. So right now they have, there's some access right there. There's this big opportunity right here, which is town-owned property. And this is the parking lot of, that's adjacent to Tilton House of Pizza. And the town essentially, have Main Street way back, and one of their earlier projects was this Pocket Vest Park. They worked with the town to help do this. This is kind of overgrown now, so part of what we're thinking we'd like to do is kind of restore this so you can see the river again. It's really overgrown. And then ideally, we'd like to take on this part of the project here, because it's probably the largest piece that's town-owned. The town owns up to the back of this building, I believe. And then possibly, like we worked with, is it Panula?
Panula, yeah.
No, that was
Oh, Sano.
Yeah, Sarno. Sorry, I knew I wasn't right. Where we worked a deal to get the ability to use that property.
To lease it, yeah.
Yeah, maybe what we were hoping is that we could work with these landowners here and at least get the waterfront part of the property, some accessibility, so we could essentially create from here to here, and hopefully maybe fix up this part of the parking lot
The median in
the
there.
median area, and then maybe address that cement, some ideas of what could be done. And maybe the idea would be to create more of a, right now there's a old guardrail there, and it would be really nice to have a dock like that at the Riverfront Park, that, because there's a nice solid wall there, so we could essentially build on top of it and just...
So you're cantilevering over?
Yeah, but not
just
too
like-
far, maybe just a little bit even, just so we don't actually touch the river, because I know at the park that's a real problem. So if we could, I think we'd have the opportunity essentially to really make a big impact here and make this part of it accessible. It's one of the, I think it's a pretty rare opportunity that we have a town piece of land that actually goes up to the water. So that's what we would like to explore as far as doing for a project. And we wanted to see what you guys thought of that and get your feedback, and then based on what you think, we'll take it back to the board, and then we can we would discuss the next steps. The next step would be take this drawing and find an architectural architect, essentially, or engineer, to help us really nail down this section. And then based on that, we have a kind of a figure out the scope of what's real and what can fit into the budget that we have. And then what we'd probably like to do is just fundraise for this this project specific, and to leverage the funds that we have. And we could really leverage, since we are a 501c3, we can leverage a lot of volunteer hours, a lot of donation, and a lot of things that might be difficult for the town to do. So we felt that we could really make a lasting impact if we do this as kind of a big project, and then ideally it might get people excited about downtown again, and we feel that maybe people would want to step forward and continue the organization. But if not, at least we could end with something that would have some impact on downtown.
Is there any way the end building there looks like it's just so close to the river? Is there any way to tie Vest Pocket Park into some type of walk?
Right, that was the ideal scenario here. What we would have to do that, this building actually goes right to the end, and what we would have to do that, we would have to get some kind of easement or right of way between, so this I think is two property owners that own this whole block. if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
right.
The only problem is that's how this was originally created, Catherine, to create like a path, which would be nice. This section would be completely over the water, and I just don't know if that would be how we could do that. It would be nice to explore that, because you could really walk from here all the way down, to here, and then you can exit again. That's a huge chunk that would be, accessible, almost half of the downtown. That would be a beautiful thing if that could be done. I would have to really work closely with you guys to figure out how we would even go about doing that, because that's a bit out of our expertise. But I guess we just wanted to get your reaction as far as what you thought about that. And
I think it's marvelous.
I
always thought it was marvelous.
Yep, I do too.
so
I'm on board.
So I just wanted to bring you guys up to speed, because we were feeling, Billy, Roger, and I we've been it's just been struggling to kind of get people excited and keep something like this going for so long. And I think what we're finding is the events were taking so much of our time that we just couldn't focus on really doing anything else. And luckily the program was really run well, and we do have about we have about $12,000 right now in the bank, and then with the addition of the town funds, I think we can really leverage that into a sizable, investment into downtown. I hope maybe we could end up in the neighborhood of $20,000, not including any volunteer labor or materials or anything like that we can get donated. So I think we could have a really big impact, on at least this area. I don't know how much of it's feasible, and again, I have no idea how much we could get donated, how much. So as far as the scope, I couldn't promise anything now, but all I can say is that if you guys were interested in this, we could start the process of getting it
Step at a
going.
time.
Well, there's,
I suppose DES would be the first one you contact to see
Water,
what they
yeah.
would allow. And I would think, to me it seems as though if you've got a building that's pretty much at river's edge, what's the impact if you build something above the river from that building? Do you know what I mean?
Right.
You're already,
Exactly, yeah.
and
This is a...
you're talking about
structured
actually
wall.
improving a riverbank that is almost non-existent.
Right.
The whole time, I'm thinking, there's a boardwalk in Meredith that actually goes
Yeah.
over the water to get from Church Landing to the town
Yeah, that's
docks.
actually in the water, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it's
all
in the water.
And I know in the park, when we
Yeah,
worked
but
with
that's
the park,
been
it
there
was
for-
difficult. The river's a different thing than the lake,
No,
I think,
it's only
too.
been there since Church Landing was put in.
Yeah, I know
But
from
the
the
new
park,
section
it was really
out
difficult
back.
to affect the water, and that's why those things were designed to not even touch the water, completely
Right.
cantilevered. So I don't know, I'm not sure what could be done, but I definitely think, I think we could easily make some improvements here. And because the park is set so far back from the river, maybe what we could do is put just an opening in the fence and create an area that's closer, so that at least you can get maybe it more accessible to the water. I would love to be able to do something like this. Again, I don't know the feasibility and...
We have a town with very limited municipal access to water.
Absolutely, and that's what the whole, I think when these guys came in originally, they said, you're not using your biggest asset of...
Can you make it handicap accessible?
I think if we could do that, we could try to solicit other funds, for sure. But like the park, I think it should be handicap
It
accessible.
was a very big selling point with DES.
Yeah.
That
I think
those
certainly this
fishing
should be-
piers, that the whole park was
Yeah,
ADA, and it was a way for handicapped people to access and be able to fish that river.
You certainly could make the municipal parking area, that whole area up to the church, handicap accessible.
Yeah.
That would be,
I do think this area, for sure, all of this could be, because it's very
yeah, you
flat
certainly
grade.
could do that.
This kind of drops off a little bit. I don't
Right.
know if you'd make the grade, but as far as literally, the grading. But I think up here could be a nice thing, because the bank goes out so far. It
Right.
seems like if we could create a smaller
Like a
pier
deck,
here or
right,
something,
yeah.
someone in a wheelchair could get closer. Because right now, if you're in a wheelchair,
You can't get out there, right?
you can't.
You're
You
going to
can't
go
even
out in
see
the middle
water.
of Park Street.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Best part.
This is the town property. The town maintains it.
No, I know they maintain
okay.
it,
Right, but it's-
who owns it?
it's the
According to
The
our
state of
records,
New
it's the
Hampshire
Oh, really?
created it, but I don't know if they actually gave us the property.
state. Right, they did. No, I-
They gave us the responsibility of maintaining it, but I don't
isn't
know
it
if we
you maintain
actually,
it for a certain amount of years, it becomes yours?
there's something, we need to
Not with
check
the
it out.
state, though. There isn't
There
anything in
was-
writing. I remember Pat
there was
Clark
some
going
kind
in
of
there and trying
agreement.
to save the building. And we always call it Pat Clark Park.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember Pat telling me about they wanted to take out all of this, right?
Right.
Right.
Yeah. And Pat is someone I would definitely ask if we were to get into these areas, obviously for his kind of contacts and expertise, again, just to, because
be
it's
a
been a while
valuable
since we did the
resource.
park.
Well,
Yeah.
where I could see that this is going, especially if you can put a walk overhanging the river, even just for that short portion, is to divert the Winnipesaukee River Trail, instead of going up Park Street, comes across the bridge, walks along the river, then continues along Main Street, and then you can cross back over Cannon Bridge and go back down Elm Street to Granite Street to the eventual bridge.
Is the
Because
eventual bridge here?
Yeah,
a
Ernie's
little further
Garage.
up,
Oh, it's-
Ernie's Garage,
Garage,
so here.
yeah,
right.
yeah.
that's the railroad track, so it'd even be beyond that.
I don't know, as I try to get WRTA involved in this
No,
project, but
only not.
I don't even know
I'm
if
not
I'd
looking to
mention
get them
it.
involved in the building or any of that aspect, but just to change the route when it's done.
Right.
That the WRTA will now go across the bridge, down along the river, along Main Street, then back across the bridge.
Yeah,
No,
how is it
I
now?
think if we do this, I think if this is done,
Yeah.
it's owned by the town, it's maintained by the town.
Absolutely. I think it
I don't
has to be
think
a
I'd
town.
want to get into
What-
agreement
what
with
would be nice-
WRTA. They can
No, I'm
use
not
it,
looking for
anybody
that.
can
I'm not
walk
looking for
on
that.
it.
I'm not
But I
looking for
don't
that.
want,
Yeah, we could
I'm
sign
looking for
it.
them to, well, if they're gonna map the trail and
Yeah.
say, this is how the
Then
trail
it would be
goes.
their trail.
yeah.
But what we
Yeah,
could
you
maybe
don't
do
want
is
it
work
that-
with them and
They
say,
could
this is
show
a
it as
scenic
they
trail.
could show
Yeah,
it as
this
an
is another, an alternate route,
For-
okay, I could go
Alternate
with that,
route.
because it's gonna get people who are walking along the trail to
Yeah, to
walk
go
along our
downtown.
Main Street.
That's the
Right.
ideal scenario, yeah. So,
I think it's an exciting project. I think and I read recently, as I was reading in the fund book for transportation, there are capital improvement monies coming up in September 2011 to 2013 for improvements.
Right.
So we may be able to jump on some of that.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll send you that link. And you can, actually, I'll send you
Yeah, that'd be
the
helpful.
newsletter
Any
this year.
resources you guys have that you feel we could tap into, that would be great.
Did you bring those papers up, by the way? That I gave you, those from the fund book?
Subscribed. And I called Nancy Mayville, and I asked about each of those programs, and I said, is this something that the state is applying for, that we would then apply through the state?
Yeah,
But, what's the deal with just that?
okay.
You know Nancy.
Yes, I do. Yep.
So she would
Okay.
know.
So, I mean, it's a great resource.
Yeah, well, I remember with the park, all the funding options that we went through, and, you know, I mean, it would be kind of rehashing a lot of that stuff that I just have to go back through a lot of my files, because Pat and I and everyone who was on that board there was so many good resources that we pursued, and,
Yep.
you know, which panned out and didn't pan out. But I think at least a project like this, you know, I think it would be easy to fundraise specific for it, because it does give us some options, you know. And I would firstly go after, you know, some of the donors that have donated to Main Street in the past, obviously, like the banks and the people that we have relationships with, and say, okay, we're trying to raise X amount for this. And so I think the next step, which might be the best thing, is to contact some landscape designers, and I guess the best thing to do next would be maybe get some real measurements for this going.
Right, yeah.
I guess maybe what we would have to do is start with this chunk for feasibility, at least to see how
I think I'd go to DES with this conceptual
first.
to get some feedback. Pat probably has some contacts down
Okay,
there.
we can do that.
See what they'll allow you to do and what they won't allow you to do.
Yeah, that's a good point, a good
What
idea.
hoops you gotta jump
Wouldn't
through.
there be anybody in Lakes Region Planning that would be able to help with the conceptual?
No, like
For that-
region planning might very well, be able to help you out with coming up with an overall
Yeah.
plan to take to the state.
Right.
That would have to come from the town.
Yeah, but I mean, they
So-
have resources as well.
I know, but they wouldn't
They
help
don't-
a
no, they only
private
support
entity.
Towns, not.
So if we
501c.
kind of adopted this,
Well, it's a project that we supported, right.
well,
We'll adopt the
it's,
Main Street.
Well, you guys
it's
do-
something
you guys
that
do
we'd like
fund
to
Main
get
Street.
done,
Does
and
that
Main
count?
Street is gonna help us do it.
Right.
You guys fund Main Street.
We work in
does that-
conjunction with
does that
you.
count?
We support
No,
it.
we buy services from you.
Oh, I see, right.
Well,
Come up with something.
well,
I think we'd adopt it, and because there is a lot of municipal avenues that
Trail
could
on the
help.
Northfield side,
Right.
remember?
Catherine.
Get out of
They're on their own.
What service do we buy?
Not getting the right of ways and stuff.
Right.
Keeping our
Jocelyn
Main
did
Street
one
viable.
A morning off, and she walked it with us.
Have you
Yeah.
walked Main
Told us
Street?
exactly what,
I have questioned it over the years.
You'd have to put a bridge in
Aren't we just funding
the
them?
high water mark, you'd have to come way
Why
back.
wouldn't
The
you call it funding?
second part of the New Hampshire State Constitution does not allow you to give taxpayers' dollars to private nonprofits.
Really?
To support them.
She might.
So you can buy services for your townspeople.
It's to her advantage.
The idea of Main Street is that it keeps,
So it's a matter of semantics.
I think that
I
2 or 3 years ago, Joe, it was extremely viable, but since the state has
They don't do that.
kind of gone down and did away with theirs, they're not getting the support up from the state, and so we're kind of,
Ready, and then I'll call
it's
her.
kind of just on their own.
Maybe I'll
So-
call you, and then I'll start with DES first.
Plus, it's the same people over and over
Discussion
volunteering.
and
oh, we
see.
already signed this.
Well, we could buy some extra
to renew
services
it
from
every
them,
year.
couldn't we, Catherine?
Renew it.
We can buy extra services as park consultants, can't we?
West.
Yes.
I think to get this project off the roll, it's something that we need to adopt, and then Main Street can assist us.
Yeah, I mean,
And that's
clearly
where,
it's,
the way it is on paper.
however.
However,
makes
you
it
know,
work.
and
then-
then we'll appoint Main Street as the committee to get
then-
it done.
Right, and act in the name of the town, and then you can go to Lakes Region planning and say, geez, I'm from the town of Tilton, and this is what we want to do, can you help us? And then they could come up with at least a conceptual for you to go to DES.
And what I'm hoping to do too, since we have a very specific project, is to tap some other people in the community that
Yeah.
have expertise in certain areas.
Right,
that can
exactly.
Get it off the ground.
Right.
Yeah.
So that we would kind of bring them on specifically to help with
Right,
the project.
right.
To sign both of these?
It's seasonal, that's all.
Okay, I don't want to take up too much of your time. Do you have any more questions or anything?
I
When do
think
you
it's
meet again?
exciting.
I'm sorry?
When do you meet again?
I will send you the notice. I have to check with Sarah.
Okay. Thank you.
And where is your office now? Are you still?
We're still at 291, but I think we're debating on what to do with that office because we rarely use it. There's a lot of things I think we want to eliminate the office and just be virtual because it doesn't make. I don't want to put money into the rent when we have a project that we can put it in.
Right, so do you have locking file cabinets?
We do have locking file cabinets, yeah, and that's another thing I was going to discuss with you guys. We do have a lot of framed prints and historic things that I think we'd like to give to the town. That would probably be the safest place for things like that. And we do have other things that we're probably going to try to donate to other organizations or sell off. We don't really have much, but there's some office equipment and stuff. I was going to talk to you about if chat needed a computer or something. Anything that we could donate, we'd rather do. Because it was all donated to us, so.
Right. I think that if you,
True, but it's not worth really enough to sell. It's...
but I haven't asked the board or anything like that, but we certainly, would love to entertain the thought of having a meeting or two here. You're always welcome to.
Yeah, I would love to be able to use the town hall. I mean, if we do a situation where we have a specific project and we can kind of create a committee to do it, like
Yeah,
the
if the
park.
selectmen create a committee to
We can use the
continue this
town.
project, sure, of course they can meet down hall.
I make a motion, we create a committee to
Go forward with this
go
project.
forward
I'll
with this
second that.
project.
Great. Excellent.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Part of the town now.
What do you
official.
want to call the project? Riverfront? Well, we've got so many riverfront.
I know, yeah. Why don't we call it Downtown Boardwalk? Or something downtown.
Riverside
I
Walk?
like downtown.
Downtown River, I don't know, can I think about it?
Downtown Riverwalk.
Downtown Riverwalk. I like it.
Don't we need to appoint members to this committee?
Oh, he's going to have lots of,
Yeah, I'm
we
gonna
will
bring-
This
be,
will bring recommendations.
Yeah,
to
how about we do
Yeah.
that? Because I'd like to reach out
Vince.
to community members that.
Right.
I would love to be a member.
and we'll all be members of the committee.
Really appreciate,
Yeah.
your support over the years.
Is
so.
there a merchants association per se of Main Street merchants?
No, before there used to be the Winnisquam Revitalization Association, and that was probably 20 years ago, and there's as of
Billy
now,
Lawrence.
the Main Street was the representation for years and years, and we had, over the years of Main Street, they've had, every merchant downtown has been part of Main Street at one time or another. I think the biggest issue we
Because
have...
now it just seems like it's just Billy and Roger and...
Yeah, well, the board is myself, Billy, and Roger. We're the three board members. We had to go from a 5-member board to a 3-member board because it was just too difficult to get people that would commit. And I think the biggest issue that we have, you have a lot of small businesses that are, Billy's down to himself now. I mean, he has a part-time employee, so it's been really difficult. I mean. Roger Pitzer, he owns P4 Consignment. You know him, right? Glasses, tall.
We have, why don't you explain to Vince, because I tried to the other night and I really couldn't. I fumbled through it on the Belknap County Economic Development, what they want to come in and do and help with the downtown businesses.
Oh, yeah.
With the, in trying to,
She sent you a letter, didn't she?
right.
Yes.
Recently, well, she was going to create this letter for us to send to the merchants downtown and then meet with the merchants downtown to see, it would be a 3-part process for them, but they would love to meet with the merchants and try to, I wouldn't use the word revitalize, but to
Grant opportunity.
Yeah, they have-
grant opportunities and let them know, let them be aware of some,
Yeah.
funding links or resources or whatever, and,
Organizations like SCORE.
Sure.
right, the SCORE, things like that. And so
I think it was the woman Ledbetter was her last name?
Yes.
Yeah, I used to speak with her a
Liza.
long time ago
Liza.
when our board was more developed and we had an ER expert resource, essentially group. They did speak with her, and they had come down before and talked to merchants and offered different services, but probably because they have a new person there reaching out against the community.
But she's
so
great.
imagine.
She's very enthusiastic. She's originally from the area.
Uh-huh.
But they have contacts and links with other business people or prospective businesses.
Right.
So to have that connection,
Yes.
yeah, well, we got 900 square feet.
Right.
That's for around.
Yeah. Typically, I mean, how that works now. Someone either calls you or someone calls Sarah, and someone's looking for space. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to have a point person that, going forward could do that kind of stuff.
And they could do that.
This is when they came to speak to us. It's got a website on there and a couple of
That,
things.
getting that information to
We're going to hand deliver that to the, to
3 programs, we could go ahead and send out that letter.
well, we're going to go down to the merchants individually and hand them out to the merchants. Right, we want to get the merchants together and do that. And we'll certainly invite Main Street if they want to.
Yeah, if
but
I can help
think-
you in any way, I mean, just
Okay.
just let me know.
Right.
But anyway, there was some
Yeah, I'll check it out.
ideas on there, and
Can I have this one?
there's a website on there for you to.
Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with some of these.
Yeah.
What's that? She's good.
Carmine.
Okay.
She's new, yeah.
Yeah. Very
Enthusiastic, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Motivated.
Been through the ringer like you and I have.
Yeah. It's called burned out.
Not jade.
Yeah, right. She's got that enthusiasm going.
Right. Hasn't lost that yet.
Yeah, hasn't lost it yet.
Okay.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Vince.
Thank you.
If we can help in any way,
Yeah, we'll
let us know.
make some calls and then I'll be in touch again.
And let us know, too, we should probably, because we have new members, too, Joe's is a new selectman, so he has a new email. Maybe we can have Joyce send out a list of emails. That would be great.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Vince.
Yeah.
Winter Street is a state road.
Yeah, but it's the right-of-way.
Well, it's not the town right away. Class 2 state aid road. It's not the town right away.
Are they placing it in the right-of-way? But there's properties that go out. We don't know where they're placing it, right? The
It
pole.
says they're placed to be placed on town of Tilton right of way. They're assuming that's a town road. Norm spotted that.
Are they moving it across the street?
Yeah.
Let me see.
I didn't really get a look at that.
Okay, Chief and Lieutenant Martin. Break for a minute. So just so you know that we had bid openings today for our RFPs for the work being done on the police station. We're not taking any action right now because the board hasn't spoken about it, and we have to figure out where the funds are going to come from. But we have 2 bids. One was $19,974, and one was $11,128. The other thing is, we had a question about our list on the mileage for your vehicles. Question was, the vehicle that, why is it that the 10A has half the mileage, or the 6A has half the mileage the 10A has? Just the opposite, you would think it would.
The 6A has 124,168, and the 10A has 45,000.
Okay.
The 6A has more than half. It's almost more than double.
So is it, can I just see your list for a second? 'Cause- oh, here, I got it. Never mind. So we're almost half of the 6C and half of the 6B, and it's a 2010. We just got them. And we've had the 2006s for a couple of years now.
We got them in '08, the 6s in '08, except for the 6A. The 6A is an original 6.
That was one of the questions that we have on the board that we would like an answer to. The other question is the new expedition that the week before last, we asked that you be very, very diligent in not using it and only use it for very, very specific reasons because it's gas hog. Just from last week to this week is 400 miles on it. So now we have a vehicle that we just got a few weeks ago and we're already up to 1,600 miles.
The only two people that use it are the corporals and supervisors. Patrol doesn't use it at all.
But
So
it's,
they've been out at night just patrolling, the back streets with burglaries and that's one of the vehicles you can kind of get around and not be as seen as if you're in a black and white. So all the guys have been hammering all the streets trying to, we had the Bay Area have all those burglaries about a week ago, and I know that the corporals told me they're seeing all kinds of stuff that they never saw in the black and whites, but they're the only ones using it and only gets used maybe a portion of a shift in a 24-hour period. So like Merrick might be the only one to use it on Tuesday, and then he goes into the days off, and Sonny might be the only one to use it on Wednesday. So it's like the detectives' cars, where the mileage at the end of the year would be, a third of what patrol would put on a black and white. So, if they put on, let's just say 1,200 miles a month, then at the end of the year, that car would only see 14,000 miles in a year, where the patrol cars, they sometimes accrue between 35 and 40 a year. But the 10, when that one came in, they alternated so that every third week they were in the 6A or the 6B, and the 10 would get a week off every third week, and that's what kept the mileage actually down, because normally a new car used to be higher in 1 year, but we had them alternate. And I kind of look back at the 6B and the 6C when we got them. That was the lease deal. We alternated weekly with those two cars for the first year, and I looked at like November of 2008, so we had them about 7 months each. They were both running neck and neck with about 16,000. So that's in 2008 we started rotating the cars when those two came in. And that was the luxury we had because we had to. So, this week we had the 6B, next week we had the 6C, and so on and so forth. It was amazing. Owen and I were amazed how we were able to keep the mileage level. And we looked at previous years where they didn't get a car in 07, but 06, 05. The mileage was at least double, if not close to triple that in 1 year for one car. So we haven't had that luxury since, but...
Could you talk to me? The microphone.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
It's all right. The guys do rotate them, and Lieutenant Martin brought something to show on paper, and I actually have a copy of it too.
So car one would be per shift? Is that what this is
Car
about?
one is usually the 24-hour car.
Oh, I see,
So
okay.
that'll be the car that runs 7 to 3, 3 to 11, 11 to 7. Car 2 is the one that runs about 16 hours. Now that we're back to the 8-hour shifts, you'll have a 9 to 5 and a 5 to 1. And then car 3 is either a supervisor car or it's a backup to one of those two cars if they go down for service or...
I see.
I'm kind of glad that you're putting this report in here every week. The only thing that I would like to see is how many miles it got for that week. Because unless you have something to compare it to, if you put its total miles, you know, when I compared it to the report we got last week to come up with these numbers, for instance, the Expedition got 445 miles. 10A got 802, 6A got 115, 6B 698, 6C 178, and then you drop down to the 2005 got 13 miles, the 4A got 102, 4B got 0, 2003 got 103, and the motorcycle got 0. The only thing that we didn't know was what the chief's vehicle got because we didn't have mileage on here because you were out. But
One of the other things too,
if you could add the miles accrued for the week, then it would also let everybody know that, yeah, we're trying to keep this as balanced as we possibly can amongst the newer cars. I mean, it's understood that the older cars are used, and it says right here, detail cruiser, being used by prosecutor, detective's car, etc. So, you know, you don't expect a ton of miles on those. And they're older anyway. They've already got mucho miles.
I can do that.
So that would be helpful.
We're going to add a column just that says previous mileage, mileage accrued, and then give you a new
Total mileage.
and one of
No, or mileage, yeah, whatever, however you want to work that.
Are you doing the scheduling now?
Well, we had to do two or almost 3 months out, so
it's done now.
it's done for up to 3 months, but I have to, before the end of the month, I'm going to have to revisit and put out another couple months. So yeah, I am doing it at this time.
And how did it go this week? This was the first week, this is the first week of the 5/8s, right?
This week is going okay so far.
Yeah, so far so good.
Last week we had a couple people out for various reasons, but
With that family
family,
issue last week. That was what the
I mean, we had him out for SWAT.
No.
Out. Oh, yes, I got you.
emergency.
Yeah, I got you, I got you.
Um,
Yep, a death, right.
The other, just going back to the vehicles, the other thing too is there's only 3 cars that have the in-car video and radar. So some of the older ones, like the Ford, it's that one we didn't have. You know, we don't have enough money to put
Well,
radar and cameras and
yeah.
all of them. So.
But see, obviously, 6C is going to be one of your 3 must have the video in it.
6.
But it only logged 178 miles from last week to this. Whereas B and 10A logged the greatest amount of miles, and the Expedition logged nearly, you know, more than twice the mileage as 6C.
right.
Now, I understand your reasoning for using the Expedition because, yeah, it's not really marked. People don't spot it as a cruiser where you can see a Crown Vic coming from a mile away, whether it's marked or not. And more times than not, you can say, oh, here comes the police. And
Well, we're going to have the supervisors rotate now,
too.
so they're not driving the Expedition all the time. And
Yeah.
they'll be driving the 6C again, and you'll see the mileage start to come up again.
As the cars rotate, you know, next week another vehicle might be higher, and then the camera will come down, and then depending on which car's on top.
no. And the idea is, you know, the way I see it is we bought this Expedition and we want to keep it for a number of years. You know, it's not going to be part of the regular rotation of all the regular cruisers where you're probably going to get 3 or 4 years out of them and then you got to replace them. you know.
You know, if they want an unmarked cruiser, we could take one of the older ones. I'm sure Dennis has more of that puke blue.
Yeah, but the problem
Oh,
is...
no, yeah, come on.
Problem
Oh, yeah,
is,
unmarked,
as I
right?
just said, a Crown Vic is a Crown Vic is a Crown Vic, and people can see a Crown Vic coming from a mile away, and they're gonna say, more times than not, here comes the
I
police.
used to have a Crown Vic.
Whether you're sitting in it driving a town car with the town seal on
No.
it,
You know
or
what the secret
they're
is?
sitting in it
You
with...
don't put license plate on it that say MP Municipal Police,
People don't pay any attention to that.
and you put a license number on it
from a
like,
distance.
You
you
can tell
know,
a mile away.
Fleet or...
From a distance,
something
until you spot
creative
the
and people think it's
MP, it could
some
easily
young
say
person.
dealer.
Hey, I could make them a Crown Vic that people would go, trust me, they wouldn't think it was a cruiser.
I think we
But the
should get
point
these
is-
2,000 caddies that are white and just let them ride around in these, $500 vehicles and just let them
Now, that's an unmarked car,
See what we see.
right? An
see
old
what you
Pinto.
see. I think it would be very interesting.
Paint all the chrome gold. and
I
put those
don't think
along.
so. They were
Yeah,
junks
exactly.
then, and they're dead now.
Oh, yeah, and don't forget the
There you go.
the dice on the back and the winch, and the dog
A
bob.
little
bobbing up
dog
and
with
down.
its head goes back and forth.
I
Yeah,
had one of
okay.
those when I worked on the Uncle Buck car. My daughter didn't want me to pick her up at the elementary because it had a loud exhaust. Dad, do you have to pick me up in that? Yeah, I do.
And how come we're not driving around the motorcycle? We've got this nice motorcycle, beautiful weather, and we're not driving it.
Yeah, I've seen it
I got
around.
no mileage from last week to when the mileage was recorded.
I was out all day yesterday.
Either that or
Yeah.
somebody didn't go check it.
That'll come up on this coming
I see.
coming week. But with the 5 8-hour schedule now, it's going to allow more people on shift. So when I was the evening supervisor, I didn't want the motorcycle going out unless I had 2 other people on. So you had 2 cars, so you could have one officer get an arrest and another one there to transport if necessary, or I could transport. But with only 1 officer, 2 officers on with the 10 hours, you'd only have 1 guy in a car and 1 guy on a motorcycle. Well, the guy in the car is always doing all the transports. So you'll probably see it out more now that we have more bodies on.
See, now, if I was a supervisor, I would always be on the bike.
Then you'd be
But
answering
that's
to
why
the
I'm not an officer, I guess.
Joe, then you'd be answering to the selectmen.
Yeah.
Say what now?
Then you'd be answering to the selectmen.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll sit on this side.
All right. Okay, you ready, prepared to answer all questions next week with the Budget Committee?
I am. I've been studying all day and just Joyce and I and Tim just got an email that retirement
The what?
the retirement went down.
It
The
went down?
contribution rate went down by the employer from 25.52 back down to 19. So that was good news.
Yeah?
But we have part-time wages, you've already used 85% of your budget, and we're half of the year. It should really be at around 50%, and we're at 85.
Where are we?
I'm on page 2 of the current year
It should be
expenditures.
about 60%, right? That's the goal.
Well, August, right, you're right, I forget we're in August.
Portion of it was training the new part-timers, and then they've been covering vacation and
But if you look at your officer, your salary overtime, you're at 62% with the rest of the year to go. And vehicle maintenance is what you're going to get hit with next week. I can rest assured on that one. Because you are over.
yeah, we're right now.
You tipped it over.
Building improvements.
Speaking of the devil, we're talking about the budget.
Mr. Pearson.
How can we be over on the intoximeter? Does that mean we've just had that many people and there's an expense to it?
Over on what, Catherine? I'm sorry.
Oximeter.
No, we're not over, we're at 72%.
We should be at about 60.
Yeah, 62 or so for right now. 62 and a half.
More like 58, but.
Okay.
Well, 66 at the end of this month.
Second month of the year.
Because
Yeah, so
August
you could
is
hold that
two-thirds of the way
72%
through
until
the
like
year.
into October.
Goes from the 1st to the
Yeah,
31st.
some of those lines.
Probably be at
it doesn't go by the
72%.
I was just curious if
Yeah.
that,
Yeah, you're right.
there was
58,
some of the cost other
59.
than the supplies. But overall, you're at 54. And 6, you're about 55. That's not too bad.
And that's the bottom line.
Right.
And that's
You get right to it, that's the bottom line. Some of these are high, certainly, but other ones are really low, and the bottom line figure is like you're running 5 or 6% below expectations, so, hey,
Yeah.
I mean,
keep up the
well, the
good
whole
work.
town's at 55, so
I mean,
And
certainly
he's-
the whole budget
last-
is
He's
at
below
55.
that, so.
So we're good.
Yeah,
We are good, so far we're good,
Not bad.
every
yeah.
penny's in it.
but I still don't know where we get the money for the repairs of the police
It's gotta be
station.
an emergency, you know, so that
Litigation's going to kill us.
So let's talk about parking and parking tickets and parking ordinances.
We all need to read them?
Yeah. Well, no, I had a couple questions because, good night.
Good night.
Quick, quick. We might have a question.
Too late, we got one.
I know the Explorers are going down and doing a great job of,
They're very zealous.
they're very zealous. But some are being marked and some are not being marked. And the few that we have that are difficult at removing merchants from the main street still remain on the main street. So residents see the Explorers go down and walk right past and say, "Well, come on, what's all this about?" And it's getting to a point where I'm really sick of calling and saying, "Hey, what's all this about?" Something has to give. Because there's an ordinance in place, and if it's good for one, it's good for all. And all have to live with it. Now, the other issue that we're having downtown, and many people have come to me this week and last week about it, is there is a little gentleman that has, boy, does he have some guts. But he has a little motorized skateboard,
Oh, yeah, I saw that punk.
and he just smiles at you and just keeps on going. And if there's somebody that comes out of the hairdressers, which I visually saw last week, an older woman, I won't say elderly, but older woman coming out of the hairdressers next to the barber shop, and he's whizzing by, knocked her. If it weren't for a gentleman next to her actually catching her, she would have gone down. Now, we need to, I put a phone call in a few days before that, and he was riding down Academy Street, in and out the yellow line, and making the car stop so he could continue on and do what he likes to do best, antagonize you. So isn't there something that we can do to take the skateboard away from him? I mean, he's done this is the second year in a row that we've had this issue with him. Enough is enough.
Why isn't he ticketed?
Well, they're not supposed to do anything on the sidewalk.
He's a teenager.
Yeah, he drives it in
I
the
mean,
street,
is he a
drives it
teenager?
on the
That's what I should, he's a
sidewalk, he's all over
teenager,
the
right?
place.
We
And you
still
can hear
ticket
it
him.
coming, it sounds like a chainsaw.
Yes, it does.
Last week, when I left here, he was zooming around the square, and I tried to
16.
call him over, and he looked at me and went right across the bridge into Northfield. And you could hear him going, "Nee," up the hill.
Write a town summons.
I hope I should see him
He's
one time up
definitely a
close to that
nuisance.
thing.
If he comes zipping
You
down the
have
street,
no
Oh,
idea.
yeah,
when-
I'd give him an elbow for
Going
sure.
to a
The stores that are unpredictable are the hairdressers, the
Give it your
barber
best
shop,
shot.
Polly's Restaurant. They're the ones that are really unpredictable, that people are coming out of those, Billy's, you can kind of see people coming down the stairs. I get that, but when you're opening the door onto the sidewalk and he's buzzing down,
I have to come out of Polly's backwards with him in the wheelchair. So if somebody's coming down a skateboard, although I don't think they'd knock me over, they'd probably fall over to hit me, but I wouldn't see him.
Well,
Yeah, we can take it and issue him a summons.
Yeah.
he just laughs at you. He just
spoke-
thinks
I
it's
spoke
this
with
big
him
joke.
Bald.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I told him he's not to be riding in the street, he's not to be riding on the sidewalk, he's to find a parking lot with the owner's permission, and if he doesn't, move along, and if I catch him again, then I was going to deal with him in a different way. But I didn't get any more calls on it, so I was hoping that he heeded the warning, but
Okay. The,
Automatic summons.
do the explorers know that there's no bikes or skateboards or anything else on the sidewalk? So if they see somebody riding a bike on the sidewalk or skateboard or whatever, they stop them and
Yeah,
tell
and
them?
I've seen him do it. yeah.
Okay.
They
all
actually
right.
had a meeting last
I didn't know that. If
They
he,
went over the ordinance again. I talked to the advisor, the
Yeah.
Explorer advisor. I explained to him all these issues popping up in the last couple of weeks, and I said, you gotta retrain. Some of them got it briefly when they came on, and so they devoted a good chunk of last night's meeting to this. And so we got them some vests that say parking enforcement on them. So, and I know this week some of the officers went down. I saw the last 3 days in a row, someone went down there each day and did it too. So that if the explorers aren't down there, we're getting it, but someone's getting down there every day. And it made everyone aware of these issues, and it's in the ordinance that 3 or more, you're a habitual offender, and there's a couple people coming up to that where it's a tow, it's not a ticket anymore.
well, it makes it, I was told by an officer that, well, he's not a merchant, he doesn't own it, but he's an employee. So if he's an employee, then he's not to park on the main street either.
Right, it says it right.
So you really have to be, if he's a merchant, he's to park out back with the permit. If he's an employee, he's to park out back with the permit.
The intent of the ordinance was to leave the spaces on Main Street for visitors and patrons.
And patrons, correct. And that gives us more room for people to come in.
Before we adopted the ordinance, the problem was no parking turnover, and people said they could never get a space down there.
Right.
Right.
So,
And it was that way.
And the oxymoron is it was the merchants that were complaining mostly.
Yeah,
The
but they were
customers
on
didn't have a place to park.
Right, it was. It was a lot of the merchants that were complaining that they didn't have, the customers couldn't come in because there's one business had more customers than the other businesses, and they were parking in the space. But, anyway, those are my, do we have anything else for the chief, for Lieutenant Martin, and other than the couple of questions we had last week? That's why we asked him to come in here this week.
I'm short-term memory loss, I guess.
Okay, you're required to watch the tape of last week before
Okay.
this meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's about it?
thank you.
I understand you were involved in helping find the girl in West Stewartstown.
I was,
So
yeah.
I thank you for that.
Yes.
Did they find her?
Yes,
Oh, yeah, they did. In the water.
did.
Bottom of the river.
Yeah.
Looks like
Unfortunate
somebody did her in.
circumstances.
I didn't hear that.
Suspicious causes.
Accident or what's
No, no.
suspicious?
Oh, yeah, it's definitely homicide.
I heard she was wrapped in a blanket.
Yeah, wrapped
That's
in a blanket,
awful.
put in the water.
Now there's a big push to get the person responsible behind bars. And
Yep,
I'm pretty confident with all the talented people up there, it's going to happen.
good.
Yep.
Well, good. Thank
that's
you
all
for
right.
you and your team to help on that.
Look like they have some characters to pick from.
All right. Can we take like a 2-minute break and we can come back for Joyce? Is that all right?
Yep.
Great.
Okay, good. What was I going to ask him?
Matter of fact,
I love it.
back in
I
the
wanted,
19...
Joyce, I clipped out a paper
Back in
that,
19... Janice and I moved to Bay Street in Northfield, and the
You're on
landlord made us sign a rental agreement for a year, because she said if it's anything under 6 months, I can be
Did you want to
stay.
go ahead and award the bid, or
And she
wait?
was going without
No,
rental agreement.
we have to
Yeah,
wait.
get a
Oh,
couple
stay
questions.
caught up with it. She had to pay taxes.
But I wanted to, wait a minute. Hold on.
Not under anything other than...
You have to maintain a domicile. So now I have to find out what domicile is.
I have, I saved this paper for you and Catherine.
Are we back on? Did we turn the...
Yes, we
Yes,
turned
it's
on,
on.
we're back on.
That's sweet.
They're actually met and gave back benefits so that they could avoid layoffs.
Wow. Does it say which unions?
Uh-huh, yes, it does. So the police, there's police and state, I read it a couple days ago.
State Employees, New Hampshire Troopers Association, and the New England Police Benevolent Association.
Yep. New England Benevolent
Our
Association, which is ours, right?
Yep.
They met with the state to renegotiate their contract because the state was about to say, we got to do some cuts.
Yep.
And they renegotiated so that to avoid layoffs. So they added they took back some of the benefits that they had.
Do you think it was all in the area of healthcare?
No,
It says this agreement makes real progress in addressing the rising cost of healthcare. I wonder if that was part of it. Wow.
I think that we should hang on to that article. Let me, I was going to show that to Catherine. State workers also on page 8.
Last year, the Lakes Region Planning Commission asked us to write a letter of support for the New Hampshire Regional Planning Commissions to get a HUD Sustainable Communities Regional Planning Grant. They didn't succeed last year, but now they've moved up. They're a higher priority. So they're reapplying, so they asked for another letter of support. So he said it was okay to use last year's letter, but I tweaked it a little bit. So this is the letter we sent last year, and this is the letter for this year.
They want us to send a letter, I didn't quite get that. Sustainable communities.
It's a planning grant for the New Hampshire Planning Commissions. It's all the planning commissions. And then they each get their little piece of money. And they have to get their application in by August 19th. Kim said, "Even though we were unsuccessful in receiving funding under our original application, we are fortunate to have received priority status, which has allowed us to work with HUD on understanding what parts of our application met HUD's expectations and what areas of our application were good but not necessarily in the spirit of the grant's purposes." Receiving a new letter of support from local governments that cover 50% or more of the region's population is an important mandatory threshold for our application even to be considered. Thank you very much for your continued support. Kim Goulet, Lakes Region Planning Commission. I'm sorry. That's last year's letter,
Yeah,
the second one.
very nice.
Yep. I thought. I brought the letter to the Main Street businesses that Carmen had put together, so is this something we wanted to put on letterhead, town letterhead, and...
There was a portion towards the end that I didn't, when I read, I don't know if, did everybody else read that letter?
No, I haven't heard.
You haven't? Did it only go out to me? It couldn't have. It went to Board of Selectmen, right?
Let me look at the cover sheet. Who'd it go to?
Pat Constantino, it does say Board of Selectmen. Why
Okay.
didn't I get it?
I felt that this is my own personal feeling, that it was very confusing to me if I were a business owner downtown and I'm new, like there are some businesses down there that are new. I would say, what am I getting into? There's 3 meetings, there's this, and then she just loads it with some links at the end. I didn't particularly care for that. And I tried calling. I left a message for Carmen to return her phone call because Catherine said she'd call looking for me. So I returned the call. I didn't get a call back yet. But did you get that impression, or did you like the letter? Did you?
Oh, I did, but what kind of threw me was, like you said, talking about forms, and the next thing, oh, and by the way, the Lakes Region Chamber of Commerce is, like it was a pitch for them or something.
But I understand that they have to sell themselves, but what we wanted was a step in the right direction so that we can make aware to our businesses that there's help and resources out there.
Right.
That's what we want.
And
And I don't think that letter says that.
Well, I think that this the paragraph where she's talking about the chamber's going to have a business fair on this date, and
Right.
then great opportunities to learn about the different things that are available. I mean, that paragraph is good. It's letting our downtown know. But this up in here is really, I think it could be worded a little bit different. Or if she's going to go along with organize a business forum in Tilton, she might have said some other things in the area that you might find beneficial.
Or even if
Yeah.
we look forward to meeting with you and looking at
Right.
your suggestions
Right.
from you on how we can better improve Tilton or something. I don't know. That's the letter that Carmen
Yeah.
is recommending that we take to our downtown merchants.
But it's one
Remember,
thing-
there was a 3-step...
Carmen now, again?
Carmen Lorenz.
Refreshments.
Belmont.
Refreshments.
Economic
Right.
development, yeah.
Well, number one, maybe not all the businesses know what a Main Street revitalization plan is and what it'll do for them. Most of them are sole proprietors there, and, they're going to close their business down to go and attend this. They really have to have a good reason, don't they?
Right.
Yeah, so it'd be probably in the evening.
Right, an evening
So-
meeting.
Like I said, a lot of them, well, what is the Main Street revitalization plan going to do for them?
Right.
Is there some way that you can tweak that to make it sound like it, what?
And then they just, in the second paragraph, really has offered to facilitate this mini planning process for us. So right there, they've kind of,
What's that mini planning process?
so
That will take 3 steps, 3 months.
3
It's like-
meetings to create the draft plan spread out over 3 months.
right away, I'm like, oh no, I'm out
It
of it.
just turned me off.
I'm out of it. So, you know,
Right, because wouldn't future meetings depend upon what the group's needs are expressed?
exactly,
so.
exactly.
I think they need to not assume that everybody down there is going to know what a Main Street revitalization plan is going to do for them. I
Right.
think, number one, they need to explain, what will this ultimately do for me? What good is it for you, merchant on the Main Street of Tilton, to have a Main Street revitalization plan? How is it going to give you more business?
Well, but didn't the Main Street program already have that?
No.
They didn't?
No, but there are a lot of businesses after the Main Street kind of went this way. You know, it's not their involvement, I don't want to say they're not involved, because they are. But as far as economic development is concerned, when they lost the Main Street program with the state, they become very limited within their realm of their mission.
Right.
So with that being said, there's only so much that they can do to do that. There's no more grants for like signage and stuff like that. Now, there's new people, and there's 3 more businesses going in here within the next month or so that are coming down. They have no idea what Main Street program is all about. They have no clue. We have one right here, and there's 2 or 3 businesses, you know, Bloomerangs and TLC and, you know, the bookstore, you know, the few other that would really love to see some. Could we help them with resources and links like SCORE and things like that? I think it would be a great thing.
Yeah.
So that's what I would love to get to the Main Street merchants, is that there's help out there. Number one, the selectmen are very cognizant of the fact downtown we would love to be involved in some type of revitalization, and that we support it. Yeah. And that there are help and resources out there for businesses downtown, new or old, and that, you know, we'd love to bring you all together and make this happen.
But you know, we had a proposal before town meeting some years ago, and the proposal was a tax break for somebody to come in
Right.
and revitalize. You remember that? And that went south real quick.
Oh, yeah.
And say it again, what went real quick?
It was a tax incentive. It was like restoring an old barn
because it was,
and whatnot, and it had to do with buying one of these properties, revitalizing it,
right.
and you get a tax break.
Right, because it was only specific to downtown.
That's right.
Right.
Correct,
And
right.
that- help me, Eddie. Yeah,
Right.
I was not going to help me, and it went south
Why should I
real
help the
quick.
businesses?
That was
Why
just-
should I help businesses downtown make money?
Right.
Well, and then we had a farmer over on the Samerton border, Stone,
Yep.
came in and wanted to revitalize that barn. I mean, they've done wonderful things there that involve the students from the school.
Oh, yeah,
Just
yeah, yeah,
great
yeah.
agricultural.
He wanted a discretionary.
He wanted discretionary easement, and the Board of Selectmen went, nope.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, and it's marvelous what he was doing,
Right.
but nope. So, you know, unfortunately, we don't have a good history on revitalization projects. But again, I think that letter needs to be very specific to these merchants on what this really is going to do to help you in a new business or an established business, for them to be interested.
Paper that they gave us, there's some, you know, it just kind of goes over.
I don't think that letter does it.
Help with, maybe.
Well,
Joyce can
fortunately,
explain.
though, I think the 5 of us are more proactive when
Look
it
at this
comes
back,
to
too.
No, I got another copy.
out
If we could,
promoting the town.
if we could kind of revamp hers and then say, okay, Carmen, this is kind of where we would like to be, so now you have our thoughts. Maybe you
Write it
could,
for her, since it's a letter for us.
exactly.
Oh, yeah, she
Right,
just
that's
put
what I'm
it,
saying.
yeah, she put down some thoughts on what they could do, but it's our letter.
Right.
I think that we should write the letter I think that you'd have to contact her to find out more specifically. The question is, what can you do for an established business? How can you improve their economic situation?
Right.
What do you get to offer them?
Yep.
What about the new person coming in, establishing a business?
Right.
Somebody might be thinking about,
Lower payroll taxes.
yeah, what,
Whatever happened to the frozen yogurt stand or whatever they were going to have?
Oh,
down
that
there?
was your friend there, Liz.
Liz, Mary,
Yeah.
they sold it. Not
And
enough
they never
time.
came at all. I mean,
No. I don't
the
mean that, Chuck.
the sorbet, the
Yeah, they were going to have slush.
They're
The
coming.
jewelry store.
they're still coming?
There's still,
Oh, I thought, it's like.
Damn, the heat wave was a couple weeks
been
ago.
hotter than,
I drove by.
well, you got to get the people moving that's renovating, I mean.
I drove by, I'm
I
like,
thought you were going to have a
root
stand
beer.
outside.
Yeah, in the alcove,
Yeah. In the
the
alcove.
entrance to the theater alcove.
Oh, Tommy.
Yeah, the jewelry store.
But nothing ever happened with
Oh,
We signed,
right, the slush.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually wasted gas.
Yeah, tell them the selectmen want to know what's up with the slush machine.
Be interested. We sit in the.
We really would appreciate it not, now, not in October or November.
A frozen Coke
Can
and
you see
Burger King.
yourself out there?
Do we want to sign this HUD sustainable letter?
Say what?
Do we, does every,
Yes, for the Lakes Region Planning?
okay,
Yes.
all right.
But I don't think we should sign the pool permits.
Why?
Because it gives them permission to put them on Winter Street in the town of Tilton right-of-way, and as Norm pointed out, Winter
a
Street
state
is a
right-of-way.
state road. It's not our right-of-way, it's the state's.
Oh, we at least ought to call them and say, hey,
Seems like we've already voted to do it, didn't we?
no, we didn't take a vote on it.
Yes, there was a
Yes,
vote
there
to
was a
sign
vote.
them.
Yeah, and we
I don't
voted to
think
do
we've
it.
ever voted
So
to sign
we
them.
need to make a motion to rescind the vote to,
well, how about if we leave
Do-
it and she can contact
Yeah,
these
just
people
leave a
and let them know
non-contact.
that it's not a town right away.
Hold the vote.
in the
Hold the
event that
action.
it is, not in a Tilton right-of-way, then we will
It's
clean it.
not, it's a Class 2 state aid road.
Yeah. When-
It may be going inward into one of the,
Yeah?
State has right away all along there.
Yeah, we don't have any right-of-way on that. Well, the town road.
Well,
There is right away along
Unless
there.
unless it's where.
Right, if it
unless it's
goes-
where-
Sewer lines have an...
where Nichols' house is, where they go in, they may want a pole in there. We don't know that that's in. That's still Winter Street, but it could,
Then
it'd be
becoming
the
private
town.
property. Unless it's where Deer Street or Peabody Street
Right.
intersect
Well, I'm
with
trying to
Winter
see what
Street,
the-
it
oh,
would
number
possibly be
77.
Within a
But
town
that
right
doesn't
away.
tell us anything. Pole number 77, it
But Winter
doesn't
Street
give
is
us a location.
state highway.
Well, pole 77's up high.
And
Maybe.
the only thing that we'd have on there is the sewer commissioners would have a sewer easement, the water
Sewer and
definitely has a
water.
water easement to run their line through.
And
But the
there's
town doesn't have a
gas.
right-of-way. Gas would have an
Gas.
easement.
Yeah. So we don't know. They may be mistaken thinking that we have a right of way there.
They're just assuming it's a town road
Yeah.
because it's not numbered.
Peter Phillips will have, remember we asked him to review our
Right.
personnel policies, and he will have it out to you by 8:10, so you'll have it for your meeting on 8/11.
Okay.
So I'll, do you want me to email it?
We're having a very light meeting for 8/11.
That's fine, but I just want to make sure that you get it so you can read it at home and,
What's on 8/11?
oh, somebody's
Gearing up for
birthday.
8/12.
Birthday.
Somebody's birthday. Huh?
But I just
And
want
I'm
to let
going
you
to
know
be
that
very
that's
old, so
coming.
I need my rest.
Oh, yeah, you're going to be ancient.
I am.
No, you're not.
You can't say you're going to be 60.
No, but
All right.
close.
I just wanted to let you know that Alan Hartwell has been working closely with his daughter, Allison Hartwell. She's going to be taking over the Island Concert Series. And so I spent some time with her on Monday, just going through what the procedure is and, you know, who she should contact and who she can have help her do it, because I guess Alan's health is just not that well.
Oh, that's sad.
So anyway, I said, geez, it'd really be nice if you came and met the selectmen. So I emailed her, and I haven't heard back from her, but I'll try calling her again, because I know we had said between you and I tentatively Friday. But she used to spend her summers here as a child. But
Now, who
she
owns
lives in Florida.
the pavilion?
Well, we talked about that. I said, because the pavilion is really a memorial to her mother, and that was, Alan built that, paid for that, and
That's right.
he had been maintaining it. And so I said, you know, the selectmen have put together a whole maintenance plan. It'd be nice to go over some of this to see what you guys can contribute. I said, especially with the gazebo, because I said some of the lettering on the signs, and somebody else said the roof and things like that. And she said that she definitely wants to get the concerts through its 20 year. This is the 19th year, through the 20 year. And then she had also mentioned that it would at some point become a memorial to both her parents. So I think this is a good opportunity to try and meet with her and kind of transition it, because I think eventually some organization, if we want to keep this going, will have to participate.
Okay, but, so who owns the gazebo?
I would say that Alan does.
Then we should let them, just as a FYI, that the roof needs attending and the sign needs attending. I mean, it's, you know, it's a catch-22. The roof, okay, but that could sustain itself for a while. But the sign, it looks so sad for the town, because people go on the island and there's letters missing
Not to
and
mention the
whatnot.
fact that her mother's name isn't spelled out anymore because there are letters missing.
Right. So if they're not going to fix it right away, I really think that we should. The letters are cheap enough, but, you know.
She's going back sometime late next week, so I'll still try and see if we can connect up, at least with some of the selectmen, to meet her.
They should be at least metal letters or wood.
Well, that's what I
to
was
last
saying,
a
some
little
kind
bit
of a
left.
plaque that's engraved, even if it's made out of wood and it's routed, you know, at least you don't have to worry about letters falling off.
Those letters have been up there for how many years?
A lot of years, man.
The letters?
15?
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait a minute. You just
19
said
years.
19 years.
Yeah.
Those letters have been up there for 19 years.
Wow.
So they lasted quite a while.
Yeah, so if they use stainless steel,
Woodwinds
you know, stainless steel screws or brads, and actually glue them on too,
Yep.
Yeah, that
throw
would
some
work.
sealer on them.
Yep.
But it would be nice to make sure that all that information that they have on, you know, all the band contacts and all the different organizations that sponsor each of those concerts, that we could keep that going. This is the letter, I had emailed the draft to the board to the Transportation Commissioner to have someone from his office and Mark Morrell sit down with us and go over each and every one of these roads with the maintenance. I know Mark will meet with us.
Oh, Mark's the sweetheart.
This is great.
He'll meet with us, but whether it gets us anywhere or not,
The Tilton Board of Selectmen is outraged by New Hampshire DOT's cutbacks on winter plowing and summer highway maintenance. The financial impact on our town to make up for New Hampshire DOT's budget shortfall is in violation of Part 1, Article 28A of the New Hampshire Constitution.
Who looked it up?
And she repeated it, word for word.
You know what? They may end up just taking, the commissioner will say, well, let's just toss that on the pile of all the other outrage.
Well, no, I think we've raised some good points, that we need some answers to these
Well,
questions.
if there's no action, what we do is we contact, because here we go, we contact other boards of selectmen. I mean, this is the catalyst.
Well, do you want me to
Maybe,
add,
I've been trying to get them to unite for years. Maybe this is the
We got
catalyst.
35 miles of road in this town, of which 25 are state aid roads.
Right.
It's more than 35.
It's more than 35
I
now.
thought it was 35.
I've got a list someplace. They just gave it to me.
And I hope I didn't miss any state roads. Beach Street, that's
That's private.
private, okay.
Autumn Drive is still a Class 2
Oh, we don't want to go there, Catherine.
state aid
We
road.
don't
You
wanna
wait
go
until
there.
Mark comes in here, my
I know,
file
but
sits
we don't
over
wanna go there.
It is still Class 2
Be
state
happy
aid.
that Silver Lake's in there.
But
Now, we don't have their summer maintenance
they,
plan.
Right.
See, because they're going to have to revise
They did a-
this.
disclaim
They
Autumn
did
Drive.
a
It's in this
road improvement project, 2/3, 1/3. The selectmen approved it, but by legislative mandate, it had to be approved. at
Well, one
town
thing we
meeting.
have to our advantage, this was an article that was in the Citizen last week, Wednesday, July 27th, that the way they're going to prioritize their roads that will get the most attention this winter are state roads with 15,000 vehicles or more per day. And we definitely have that.
Yeah, Route 3's that way.
And then we want to know what their cuts are to their summer highway maintenance. Now, they're keeping their their state forces to do as much work as they can. They're just not going to be contracting out as much for plowing and for summer maintenance. But I think we have a good relationship with Division 3,
Oh, yeah.
and this would be a good way to.
I love the way you start off. I love it.
And then I read.
Except you have to take out the commissioner, because he's not commissioner anymore.
Oh, I checked the website.
He's gone.
When?
This week.
Well, we can still.
He's gone.
Did he do something bad? Is he a bad boy?
Had a lot of layoffs, so.
I hate it.
Huh?
Maybe he got while the getting was good.
I have been following the attraction signage program that Catherine and I have been doing our due diligence on it for
I've already read it.
people around, businesses around here. And I've been following up on it. And it was on Commissioner Campbell's desk. It's no longer on Commissioner Campbell's desk because Commissioner Campbell's no longer there.
Okay, how about the assistant commissioner?
There's an interim one.
Oh, there is. Well, they should put that on their website.
There's an interim one, and then there'll be one to be signed, one to be appointed soon. So, found that out.
Well,
Maybe you should call there and see who commissioner
or maybe go to
acting
their-
or whomever.
It begins with a B, but
director of operation, okay.
Barrett.
Well, you know what, Nancy, I'm waiting for Nancy to call me back. She can tell me.
Who? Burkham, maybe, something like that. But he doesn't have our program that we want.
So one of the things I asked her was, I explained all these different programs and like, what's the state doing to take advantage of them? Because I don't think we as a municipality of 3,600 people can apply directly. I think it's the money goes to the state and then we get it from the state.
But did you, I wanted Catherine to see that specific letter that went, that's why I wanted you to copy it. There's a letter from the DOT Assistant Secretary, Steve Palmer, that discusses transportation. And there's a question and answering.
Is this going to make me angry?
Yeah.
The current surface transportation authorization bill expires on September 30th, 2011. It appears that the House, Senate, and the Obama administration want to see a multi-year transportation authorization bill enacted. Given this desire, what is causing the delay? As usual, it is about money. Highway, bridge, and transit programs are funded from revenues granted by the federal gas tax and deposited into the Highway Trust Fund, which does not have enough money to extend current transportation spending. Congressman John Mica Chairman of the House of Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, has proposed a 6-year bill that would authorize $230 billion for highway transit and safety programs, which is an amount that the Highway Trust Fund can sustain over the next 6 years without becoming insolvent. However, it is also a reduction of 33% in current transportation spending levels. It's a great article, but it's all about the Highway Trust I got out of my funding book.
This letter to Mr. Campbell, is this something that we're going to sign and send to Mr. Campbell?
We can't send it to Mr. Campbell because Mr. Campbell doesn't work for the state any longer.
Wouldn't you just pass it on?
What did he do, cut his job? Sorry, Mr.
No, I'll
Campbell.
call and find out.
He probably didn't want to
Tell them I
deal
need to change their website.
They would probably just pass it on to the next one, but I would, you know what, I would think that it would get into a file, like one of those revolving files.
I think we need to address it directly to the person that we're bitching at.
Right.
Absolutely.
And we should include Ray Burton.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They're doing the same thing to the Federal Highway Trust Fund that our state's doing now.
Exactly. I thought you'd enjoy that.
Oh, that just makes me feel all warm and cuddly.
They collect taxes and tolls and fees for these roads, and then they don't spend the money on the roads. What is wrong with that picture?
They're using it to balance other things, which...
Yeah, okay.
And now they're insolvent.
Yeah.
So don't we have one of our senators that want to be back, comes back?
Yes, Forsyth.
Okay, Forsyth wants to come back. Maybe we should have our other general.
Hey, he can come by once a week. I've got plenty of stuff to say to him.
Have him address that. I'd like to
Tis
have
crazy.
this on tape.
Find the definition of domicile.
There's
What
no
are they gonna do about
definition of
We could do it.
domicile.
We could do anything we want,
Look it up in a
Catherine.
dictionary.
I like it. And how is our Bill Tobin? Do we know?
Cross or...
He's recovering nicely.
Good.
Blackwell, Black...
You have to be legally
What's
domiciled.
What's that legal dictionary?
But there is a
Black's Law Book?
provision
Blacks.
for-
Look it up in Blacks.
Do we have a Black's? I have one at home. I think I have two.
Okay,
I might have an old one I can bring in.
next.
At some point,
One in my briefcase.
Mr. Sullivan had called. He owns the property next to Ernie's.
Yes.
And he said he went out and he found all his bounds, but there appears to be some sort of discrepancy where he feels he has an extra 10 feet.
Prove it.
Well,
Until then, he doesn't.
Right.
Let him prove it.
That's what she said.
so I have their deed description and we have a survey. So at some point, I would like for maybe Al or Dennis or board member that we should go out and actually find the bounds ourselves.
But you can't go by his deed description. I found when I worked here, I always thought that everything that was in that deed description was gospel. Guess what? It's not.
That's why they always used to say more or less.
Peninsula Park over here at Ernie's being a very
And also
good...
the,
Where does he say the discrepancy lies?
he didn't say.
So he's just saying he thinks there's a discrepancy. Prove it.
I don't get a land
But
survey.
this property owner had said to Ken Norton, when Ken Norton was out putting the fence back up, he was back in there and was talking to the guy, and he said that his granite bound is missing.
So I would suggest that he get a land surveyor and mark the
May I see
boundaries, and then prove it to us that he owns 10 feet of our property.
So this is a boundary survey.
Because that is a boundary survey that was done. Who's the surveyor?
2000. Churchin.
That's what was done for. Paul Derbyshire.
The Derbyshire did it.
But I don't see a stamp on it. That's not, I don't see his,
It wasn't recorded, it's not
but
recorded.
I don't see his stamp on it.
Because it wasn't recorded.
No, usually when you get
Pull
one
up
of
the
these,
Post-it note.
they stamp it.
pull up
But the
the
thing of it
post-it
is-
This is just like
If it
getting a
wasn't
copy
recorded,
on,
then it's not legal.
you know, his legal paper, but, so this is Ernie's.
Well, one reason they do that, too, is because they want to make sure that their client pays them.
There's the
Yeah.
box culvert, there's the sewer easement, there's
Which is
Ernie's.
probably why it hasn't been
So
recorded,
this
stamped
granite
and
bound is
recorded.
missing.
'Cause
So
then you're
without this
just
granite
giving it-
bound, how can this person even,
How can he say he found his boundaries
if this is missing?
if that's missing?
I know, that's what I'm saying. I spoke with Al about this, and also he's keeping an eye on that property for the,
So now, and
retail
this one
sales.
shows 2 pins.
I think we should go out there and, as property owners, find our own bounds.
There's a granite bound here, there's an iron pin here. Look at this. Is that his 10 feet?
I don't know. He did
Because
not
if
go
it
into
is,
detail.
part of his house is on our property.
It is really big.
Well, no, what we had discovered when we were out there at the
Granite
cleanup
bound.
is that he was using an area next where those trees he thought was his, and it isn't.
Down, granite bound found, right there. There's an iron pin, right there. So, what do you go by? The granite bound or the iron pin?
So this person here,
No, he's
That's how
dead.
our property came from
This
Tony
is our
Turchin.
property?
This is our property.
okay, this is our property.
This is our boundary
So,
survey.
so according to ours, his house,
No, according to ours, this is what he's giving us. This is, Paul Darbyshire is giving us this and this. This is our boundary line that he has drawn right there.
So even though
Paul
there's
Darbyshire
iron
drew
pipes,
that line. Well, I like this one.
difference.
why did he take
Well,
reference to
It
this
would make a
then?
difference
Because it
if
was
the iron
found.
pipes were still there, but you don't know that they are.
Oh, I see, because it could have been it could have been another piece, part of a larger
Could
piece.
have been part of the road.
Have to have,
Okay.
you know,
Could have been
survey
a lot of
that.
things.
Do the line, he wouldn't have to do his whole property, just do the line on that
Well-
one side.
Granite bound with what? DH found? But there shouldn't be, I mean, there's a granite there, granite boundary, but it's also rebar out there.
Right.
Is the rebar also gone?
I don't know, we have to go look.
You know, quite frankly, they call it rebar, but I have never seen a piece of rebar in the ground. I've seen iron bars,
Right,
but not a piece of rebar.
right.
Well, it
Well,
looks like what
regardless,
the stuff you
it'll
put
show up
inside
on another
concrete, isn't that rebar?
That's rebar.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've ever seen one as a boundary pin. I've seen.
Oh, I have
I've seen
them.
steel bars,
Oh, no, I have them on mine.
but I've not seen rebar.
I
I've
worked
seen
for a
rebar.
surveyor
That's
back-
pretty
back
nasty
in the
stuff. I mean,
70s.
how do you fix the end so it doesn't slice your leg open? Because we always cap ours. But that's what I mean, the end is always jagged.
I've got one
Maybe
out
they cap them.
on the back of my property. I'll go look and see if it's rebar or bar.
165308.
Were you going to talk about cable?
That's what she said last week. We were going to discuss joining the consortium.
08, so that's 16 feet?
Bring it up.
I guess what I would like to know is, do they want to do that 626 letter?
1653.
I'm not sure, as soon as the chairman
16 degrees.
settles this, we'll move on to that, because she did mention she wanted to do it this week, or at least take a vote on it.
This is 205.85 feet. So I'm
Okay,
not sure.
that's-
This is, I think that's some kind of location.
Well, we have this footage, we have this footage. We do not have this footage.
If
But
the
we
neighbor
do-
thinks he has 10 feet on our property, he needs to prove it. Otherwise, he doesn't.
I still like to
We
walk
got a
it.
boundary survey.
If we find, if we can find the boundary surveys on ours, measure it, we could measure.
What property?
If
Well,
we-
yeah,
if
Al
we
has
can
a
find-
wheel.
But if we can find this pin here,
Would that be a GPS
Oh, that guy thinks he owns part of the
marking?
lake?
The one that you just pointed out to me, that's the funny thing?
So he owns part of the asbestos.
Yeah, Catherine. So
He owns part of the asbestos.
It looks like it.
So he'll have to pay for it.
Be careful what you wish for.
Mr. Sullivan spoke with me, he said, oh, he wanted to buy the property. It's like,
won't be able to find
no, you don't, man. It's
Unless
gonna
we have a
cost
GPS.
hundreds of thousands of dollars to clean it up. Well, maybe I don't want the property. Now he's saying that 10 feet of it is his?
I know, and look at that area we cleaned up right on the
That's
boundary.
probably the 10
And if
feet
he wants
that
to
we
come
were
over
over
10
there
feet, you
cleaning
know
up.
what? Because that wasn't, we didn't go to the bottom of that.
It goes
Well,
down
if that's his property, I think we should bring his tires back and put them where they were.
All the stuff we pulled out of there.
Sandra and I still have the scars
There was
from that.
nasty stuff in there.
I'm
The
still
refrigerator.
feeling the rib. Come on.
I'll bet.
Finally, all my bruises are gone.
Well, apparently that's right in the neighborhood of the tire pile that we cleaned up.
Yeah,
We should bring them all
Exactly.
back, they belong to him.
that's right, we'll go dump them in his backyard.
Well, no, they were his to start with. Or send him a bill for
I'd like
cleaning
to
it up.
walk that. I think Joe would, after his dad's back, I bet we could entice him to walk it with us.
Yeah,
Yep, and Al would like to do it too.
there might still be a lot of other metal left on it, so it might be.
They'd be going,
I want to watch you guys walk that crooked line. How
Yeah.
the heck did he plot that?
I don't know.
Isn't that how the river went? Is that the river's edge?
Didn't look like it.
No, it didn't. Okay.
I had emailed the board all the dates for the public hearings and the planning board meetings and the Conservation Commission. Did you want those in the minutes, or?
so, yeah, we're meeting August 9th with the planning board,
Planning board, August 9th?
7 PM. We're meeting with August 15th with the conservation at 7 PM.
Correct.
And both of them are aware of it. And then August 18th is the first public hearing at 7 PM. And then
When is,
August,
Conservation?
the 15th.
I'll be out of town on the 15th, but I'll be at the other ones.
And the first public hearing is the 18th, and the second public hearing is the 25th.
And the planning board's meeting at 6:30 on the 18th, before the first public hearing.
No, but we're on the docket for,
On this email, this says September 1st is the selectmen's public hearing.
did you make it September 1st?
Okay?
Is that what the notice said? The 18th and the 1st, right, because,
All right.
right, I was going to have it the 8th, and then we changed it to the 1st.
So it's September 1st. I do have that written in my book. I just didn't erase the other one,
Okay.
But there's that planning board meeting on the 18th before that.
which is
meeting.
at 7.
Yeah.
I'm on the agenda for 7, right?
For this coming planning board?
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
And then Jim emailed back, and he said he's gone August 11th through the 16th, but the other times he'll plan on attending. I had told him primarily the public hearings, that the selectmen had the other ones covered. And then Scott's, he says, I'm unavailable on the 18th, but if you'd like me to appear at the first public hearing, let me know.
That's the 18th.
Right. So, and then the other thing is, I did check the deeds, and I have to correct on the selectman's signature page, he doesn't have the right signatures, so he has Norm. So I'll fix that before the hearing, so.
Oh, he's on vacation now.
And then I had also included that town meeting vote from 1994.
Yep.
Okay, then I just have some miscellaneous things. Island budget expenses, Tim and I and Bob Hardy sat down, and Bob gave Tim the numbers to put in the budget.
Back that up.
Bob Hardy gave Tim the numbers to
Put in the budget for
the island.
I would,
transfer out of the park commissioners.
Yes.
Yep.
And Dennis wasn't involved, and we don't have his figures as to actual costs, or, so are we just taking out the exact amount
Yes.
that they budgeted and agreed with Belknap Landscaping to perform the service?
No, they took out more. They took out,
More, it's 38.62.
well, no, I'm sorry, they left in $2,137.77.
Left in where?
In the amount of the Parks Commission budget for the Island Park, they'd originally budgeted $4,650. The Parks Commission had reduced that to $3,681. So what they're doing is they are transferring $3,681 from the Parks maintenance budget into the island
They're
line
not
item.
transferring anything until the Board of Selectmen give its approval.
Well, I think Tim had something in his,
I see it in front of me now.
okay.
My question is, why wouldn't we be transferring the amount that they agreed to pay Belknap Landscaping for doing the same service that the towns are doing now?
Because they had to cut their budget.
It didn't stop them from entering into a contract with Belknap Landscaping Company.
Right, and there was discussion that Belknap Landscaping has to deduct that from their contract, deduct the
Because they're not
$2,700.
doing it.
Right.
Well, no money should be transferred from one
They
account
already
to
did
the
it.
other until the Board of Selectmen approve it.
Said I subsequently moved.
Okay, so I guess you did. Is it in the reports that you have tonight?
According to what I just read.
Did he change
Yeah.
it? So it's
Why
in
would
line
money be moved within the Selectmen's budget, because that is the Selectmen's budget,
Tim's information sheet.
without the
So slap that man
Selectmen's
on his
approval?
hand because he moved it prior to Selectmen's approval.
right.
So tell him to move it back until we approve it.
No. But, we've had discussions about this, and there were lots of suggestions and formulas and whatnot, and the Board of Selectmen has not come to a decision on what formula to use.
I totally agree with
thought we were going to determine exactly what it is costing us to do that, look at the amount that they actually agreed to pay to have the service done.
I don't know
I mean,
about
it's
that.
negligible to say it's redundant to say that the Budget Committee reduced their budget. That was in March. That was voted on in March town meeting, but yet they still have a contractual agreement entered into with Belknap Landscaping Company for a specific amount.
What was that specific amount?
Well, in a
$2,700.
briefcase, it's
So
sitting
why didn't
somewhere.
what was the discussion around that? Why didn't we just transfer 2,700?
Because the Parks Commission was looking at their total
Yeah, there's other
bottom
monies
line.
besides that. There's other monies. It's not just mowing monies.
Right.
There's tree maintenance monies.
He said there wasn't tree maintenance in here. He said that that's going to be looked at for next year.
And where did they come up with the other monies?
I guess I don't understand what you mean, other money.
$2,700 is for
Is
the
what-
island mowing and
Is what was
Belknap.
budgeted.
Right.
Yeah.
So how did you arrive at coming at 3681?
Oh, because that's the electricity, the porta potty, supplies, and gazebo repair. Their original budget
You mean the other money?
was $4,650, and instead of just whacking off a percentage from that bottom line, they took it like electric was $277.12. Porta potty was $316.71. I said, well, Bob, it's going to be $400. $316.71. Supplies, $158.35.
I thought we just got a bill for $100 for porta potty.
Yeah, for June.
So,
That's June.
what they have agreed to is
Sorry, for
take
July.
all of the monies that the park commissioners budgeted for the island that was awarded into that budget at town meeting. That's what has been taken out.
No, the reduction. They had originally, this is all part of their
Right.
original budget, which was
What was voted in at town
31,575,
meeting in March
was less.
is what has been removed from their budget.
Yes, but not just the island. all their budgeted line items they had reduced.
Yeah, but the amount that was left,
The amount,
the Island Park was moved out of the Island Park
the
line
budgeted
and moved
amount
to the...
from town meeting for the island was taken out of their budget. Because that's what's been transferred?
The budgeted amount.
A town meeting, the second Tuesday in
What we projected for the
March.
budget.
Yeah.
No, wait, we postponed it until Saturday, and then Thursday, and then Friday, and then Saturday.
Do you have
What-
your town report?
What town meeting finally budgeted for them,
Oh, well, just, let's look at our,
you know, what I don't understand
Finance.
is, when we're talking about, see, where I'm going with this is, town meeting budgeted one lump sum.
correct? Yes, they budgeted
Town meeting,
28,819, so they had to cut line items from their 31,575 to get to that 28,819. He only gave me what they cut out of their original Island Park budget. They reduced it from 4650 to 3681.
that's my question. Thank you.
So what Tim did, oh, maybe, did he make a note of that? Well, we can see, where's the island?
So what we've removed from their budget is their final
Oh, he did move it, it's right there.
budgeted amount.
So it was more than that. How could he move out 3682 and leave, and then just leave them with 28,819?
Because the island maintenance line had a buck in it.
Right.
And so he moved 3681 from the Parks Commission budget to the island maintenance line, and that left 3682.
Right.
That's how it got to be that. How did he come up with 3681? That's what the Parks Commission had budgeted for
Yeah, but now
taking
it's
care of
got
Island
five,
Park.
now it's
rounded it up.
3470, 3682. He already made the change.
So what I'm trying to do is enter in a conversation that we can agree on so that it doesn't have to be put back and moved back. And
There should be no swaps, no transfers, no changes whatsoever to this budget from line item to line item unless it's approved by the selectmen.
Because otherwise we'll have a problem.
so what is the expense already? Must be electrical.
One porta potty and,
Oh, that's right, and porta potty.
$100. It's a really nice
when we were
porta
talking
potty, though.
about the town forces, Dennis had told me that they meet up with Northfield on Friday mornings, and they're usually there for 2 hours. And then I asked Arthur, I said, so Arthur, you know, how many
That's how
people
much.
show up? And he said the same thing, we go Friday mornings. He says it's about 2 hours.
Thank you.
And so they have 2 guys from Northfield and 2 guys from Tilton. When Bob from Northfield is over there, Dennis usually goes over because that gives him an opportunity to talk, but usually it's either Jay or John or, you know, 2 of Bob's peoples. But Bob Hardy said that, no, there was like a ton of people there, and I'm thinking, well, not knowing what day, I said maybe that's when they were all there looking at the fire pit, I don't know.
Well, I had a conversation with, what's his name? Glenn Smith. It was a total blank.
What's his name?
Had his face in my, I could see his face perfectly. What
That's
is your
scary.
name? A couple of weeks ago about, a whole bunch of things. And one of the things I brought up was the retaining wall around the island. And I said, this is probably going to come officially from our board, but, you know, the 2 towns have got to start thinking about putting monies aside or how we're going to go about fixing that, or we're going to lose the island. So he suggested that he would have his Public Works Director talk with our Public Works Director and see what thoughts they had. So it could very well be that that took place on the day that they saw all those vehicles there. And then had they received our list? If they've received our list of all the insufficiencies on the island, then maybe they were addressing
Have
some
they
of those
seen that?
as well.
Yes, Dennis said Bob did have it.
And Dennis has it as well.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that that's why so many people are there, is they were addressing our list.
Does Glenn have it, the list?
I don't know. Jeff Szymanski said to have Dennis give Bob the list.
Yep.
Okay.
So, I mean, I can think of a lot of scenarios, and I suspect that it's all of those.
Yep.
Especially if they were mortaring the bricks back into the barbecue pit.
But one of the things that Bob did say was that we are going to need an arborist next year to do some tree work.
There's some dead in the trees, in the big trees. Mm-hmm. And then that ugly, he knew exactly what it was, that ugly little tree that sits off the gazebo.
Yep.
It's just gasping for life.
Yep, he's come down.
Should go. He also suggested that we start thinking about replacing some of those older maples and oaks, because if they go.
And the beaver tree is going to have to be dealt with. It's been
Yeah, that beaver tree.
Right, the beaver
stretched
tree.
all
Is
the
that
way
on your, is
around,
that
and
on
in
your
my
list?
experience, that means it's going to die.
Yes, it is on our list.
I talked to Dennis about the beaver tree and suggested trying some kind of coating on it just to help it not lose so much moisture.
Catherine, remember where I grew up?
Yeah.
Yeah, the beaver trees, when they eat them all the way around like that, they die.
That's garbage.
I grew up
Probably
right
too late.
behind
Well, that's what I
the
thought.
beaver dam in Samerton on Woodman Road, and it doesn't, you don't even have to eat into the wood. All they do is eat the bark, and it's a progress. They die.
They lose sap, and it's an access for bugs
Joe
and
tried
disease.
that with one of our pines. It was about this big around. He just circled it, like girdled the tree. About this much all the way around. Next year, the tree was dead.
It loses too much moisture.
Arthur said he did fix that sharp metal
Okay.
on the rail. He said he fixed that.
Oh, good.
Did they pull out that iron stake?
He fabricated something.
Oh, good for
Well,
him.
that could have been somebody having a wedding over there.
Well, that's what we thought initially. It was
An old
left over
tent
from
peg.
the tent.
Yeah.
It needs to go. It's a trip
Yeah.
hazard.
Going over there with a crowbar and keeping the damn
Who
thing.
would put a tent stake
use it.
right there, though?
They might have had a big tent set up.
Yeah,
Might have been a last-minute
yeah,
rain date for a wedding
Yeah.
could well be.
20 years ago,
And
Yeah.
again, could well be.
and people think it's functional.
Mm-hmm.
You never
So
know.
we should make a
Something.
decision on the money that was transferred if everybody thinks it's fine and wants to leave it alone.
I think we need to vote to transfer it, but I'm not sure about the legalities of this. People can't just haphazardly transfer things without,
Well, we had made comments
Our vote.
before about transferring monies and transferring
that's not a
monies.
vote, that's not a vote of the Board of
I
Selectmen.
know,
But
but
not everything we do is a vote, is not a motion.
we did talk to him about doing it.
Yep.
We
And
did.
not everything we do is,
I don't recall talking to him about moving $3,168.
we didn't agree on the amount.
I don't understand how it could have just haphazardly happened, and we find out after the fact.
You were in the meeting. How does it happen, Joyce?
I'm sorry, what?
How
How
did
is
you
it that the money
determine to
became
move that money?
transferred?
How did you come to the decision to move?
I was,
Go
my
ahead and do the
understanding
minute.
that the board wanted to have the money transferred from the Parks Commission expense line item into the island, and that what was holding us up was getting the numbers from Bob.
We talked about that in general terms, but I still didn't remember, like, yeah, let's do that. And we didn't have any idea how much money that was going to be or anything. Not that I think it's a bad idea, I just don't know if that's the way we should go about it in the future, that's all.
Well, I can see why we might have misled Tim.
I think in the
I'm not gonna
future,
bitch too hard,
we
but
need to have the understanding that unless there's a vote of the Board of Selectmen and agreeing on the specific amount, the transfer should not actually take place.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that he had already transferred it. I knew that we were getting the information.
Well, I agree with you there, 100%. I'm not trying to be obstinate over here, I'm not.
Oh, this is yours. I'm sorry, I wrote on it.
Sorry. All right, Aaron.
Okay, and then the other thing is, I had a conversation with Deb Lewis at LGC. And the question is when you have a private individual who's serving food and is advertising and is making the food available to the general public.
Say what?
When a private individual is having a barbecue or serving food, but it's made available and is being advertised to the general public.
Open for public.
Our vegan meal?
Yeah, our vegan meal, yeah.
Okay.
Where they barbecue and vegan.
And as always, our insurance always advises their members to always get a certificate of insurance and what have
The
you.
letter,
And
so
she said in
Catherine
this
did.
instance, the town's is being exposed to risk because it's public. You have no control over that individual that is serving the public on your property.
So we're
Even though
getting
it's
this,
absolved us of any responsibility on any level.
So, and I explained that we already have the indemnification, but she said that they always advise their members to get a certificate of insurance, and that perhaps this individual has homeowner's insurance, or you can go and purchase specific insurance for an event, or renter's insurance, some sort of liability insurance to cover. If we were to have a private nonprofit organization, say the Winnipesaukee Trails Association or the Main Street Program, or somebody was doing a public event on the island, we would require a certificate of insurance. I mean, if they're serving food and
Makes sense.
yeah, the last part scares the crap out of you. Yeah, okay. Okay, moving right along. So we're going to get a certificate of insurance for this person?
We've already called, right, Catherine?
Well, did anybody suggest she could get it through her homeowners?
Oh, there you go.
She doesn't own a home, so she's a tenant somewhere.
I have tenants insurance.
Yeah, I do too.
when I was renting, I had renter's
I
insurance.
have tenants insurance.
Well, hopefully this won't hold her off. I mean,
Okay, Bob Hart.
Maybe she might want to just talk to Bob Steady or somebody down there.
Yeah. You wanted,
They probably
I bet they didn't.
they didn't require it.
I bet they didn't require it.
And we really got Tim to get rid of the
I still can't get rid of that line, but it looks good.
the phantom line. What you do is you make it a second page and get rid of the second page or something. I did it once. I can't tell you how I did it, but I did it. It took me hours.
Either that, or here's what you do, you copy and paste just the text into a new document.
Because that's the signature line.
So is that what you wanted for that last approved by?
No, see, this is approved by, and then you print who approved it. This line, all of this moves down, and this line is supposed to be up here as a signature line
The signature line for the,
for the approval.
Northfield or, you just
Tilton
said,
and/or Northfield Selectmen or Town Administrator, but I also said, that's great, that is great. But this line I put up, because see, it says approved by print, so you can read who actually approved it.
oh, and then a
And then I
signature.
so
created
you
a
want
signature
signature.
line, and that's what
Right.
this
I
phantom
see.
line is.
Great.
But it's two lines
Don't worry about
combined
it.
into the deep black.
Yeah.
Don't worry
bless you.
Got it. Well, if you do that, Joyce, then you're going to get rid of that line because it's going to go to the second page, then delete the second page.
okay. So approved by and print and then signature. Okay.
Yeah, and then there's a signature line.
And I think that's all I have for now. Yeah, just the legal stuff,
I think that file is...
because I'm getting late here. I mean, I could go on, but asleep.
That's it?
I mean, I could, done.
You're done. Okay.
Look at my non-public stuff.
Selectmen's reports. Joe, do you have anything for us?
Just the fact that we discussed last week about the consortium and voting this week on joining or not. The only,
I personally think we should join the consortium.
I would make a motion that the town of Tilton join the consortium in order to negotiate with MetroCast for a cable franchise for the town of Tilton.
I'll second.
What's our legal line looking at?
Pardon me, Catherine?
Our legal expense line, what's it looking like? Because this is going to cost us what?
This is going to cost us, between now and the end of it, approximately $1,500.
And then we'll do stuff on our own, which could cost maybe another...
If we
$600.
have an à la carte service, it's not
Another
covered
$2,000.
by the general negotiations and questions. It would be at the rate of $200 per hour.
So another
for,
$2,000.
Mr. Chiandella, and $160 per hour for Ms. Miller.
So we've got $9,600 in our legal. So if we figure we're taking 2, 7...
Ops.
It's going to cost us more than $500 if we want à la carte.
Right.
If we want à la carte things, I don't know if we will necessarily, but it could happen.
But I think it would give us a little bit more clout, to
I
get
think-
what we want if we're part of a consortium.
I think strength in numbers and potential savings of legal fees over the course of the entire negotiation.
I agree.
I just have, I understand that portion of it. I have a difficult thinking that our voice is not going to be heard and that we
Why won't it?
will not be, we will be subject to what everybody else wants. And I have a difficult time believing that.
I have not found that to be the case. I have been forceful with the things that I had to bring up. Everybody has been, Ms. Bodwin over from Belmont, Glenn Smith, Elizabeth Dragon, Scott Dunn, Phil from Meredith. They've all been real easy to work with, and our concerns are their concerns, thus far. And that's all I can tell you is my experience. And not that it couldn't happen, Pat, Lord knows. But it seems as though their issues are our issues. Upgrading to their outlying areas, making sure that technology upgrades take place for everyone concerned. Fiber optics competition. There's very specific conversations already about a clause in any potential contract that there wouldn't be an exclusive contract, and that competition was welcomed and encouraged, at least by the member towns, if not MetroCast. But any new company that came in, Fairpoint, there was some discussion of that as a potential competitor to MetroCast, because they already have space on the poles. Yep. Would have to match the bare minimum. They would have to match what MetroCast offered, because we can't give something to one at a lesser than we give to the other. But that means that Fairpoint would have to come up to that level of service, and if they were going to put free internet in Town Hall, then Fairpoint would have to provide free internet in Town Hall. Right. And that's basically what that means. Join it or no. I don't know what the benefit would be, other than, like I say, strength in numbers, potential savings of money to the town. Right. We can go our own way, Lord knows, and contract a lawyer outside of their law firm, outside the consortium, and we have that option, and go with them to MetroCast and try to negotiate, but I have no clue what that would cost us.
I think we should join and get this whole poll permit thing straightened out once and for all, fixed, and then go forward from there. I am going to say at this time, and I want to end the record, I'm absolutely, no matter what we do and fix and straighten out, I'm not for taxing people that watch TV.
I agree 100%.
That has nothing to do with this,
No,
Catherine,
and
nothing whatsoever. That would be a separate vote, a separate motion, and we would have
Some
to...
people will think it's tied in, but I do think
Lakes
we
Region
need to...
Public Access, the impact fee for that, that user fee on the bottom of the cable bill would be something we would have to vote on as a board, completely separate from what we're talking about right now. And quite frankly, I got to tell you that although I sit on the board of Lakes Region Public Access TV, I am not in favor of becoming a member of Lakes Region Public Access TV in order to broadcast our meetings. The way we do it now is much cheaper and highly superior.
Oh, I think it's much better.
I
There's
think
still, did you watch TV the other day? Like,
haven't watched
on
TV
public
in a long
access, they're really having problems with other towns. Other towns,
we
guess
have
what? They're having
continuously.
problems hearing.
Audio problems.
They've had audio
Imagine
problems off and on. Laconia has them, Meredith has them, Alton has them.
But I think it's obvious from the two documents you showed us, we need to fix it. So I'm all in favor of
We
joining.
need to do something to get ourselves a
This
regulation
is the least
franchise.
expensive way of accomplishing
I
that.
think so.
I'm getting some...
I'm not an accountant and I'm not a CPA.
I also think we're going to have a lot more clout as a group than
Yeah.
if we try to go it alone.
I agree.
And obviously, if we did try to go it alone, the attorney's fees will be
Yes.
right off the charts.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Aye.
You lose.
Okay, so now we
Motion
need to
passed.
appoint a member of our board
Make a
or our
motion that we
town.
appoint Joe Justman as member of the board from our town. Sorry.
No,
No discussion, all those in favor? Aye.
Abstain.
Sorry.
But I'm the logical one, certainly, and I would accept to move forward. And have you any other instructions going forward? Have you any instructions going forward? I would just bring back a
We want
tentative.
full cable coverage at not more than $25 per household.
Gotta like that, okay?
Oh, but on
I
Maple
will-
Court, they want it free.
I am authorized.
Competition. We do not want to tax our users.
Certainly not.
Now, this, and I think...
I want to make sure that I am authorized to sign on behalf of the town of Tilton to engage Mr. Chiandella officially, because that's going to come up at the next meeting. We can't engage him officially until we're an official board, and we're not an official board
I think the
until-
paperwork has to come back to the board for that.
Oh, it will. Well, I don't know if that has to, but everything that has to come back, I will definitely bring back. There'll be no decisions made about legalities or contracts or anything else
But in
without
order for
the
you,
board.
I don't feel comfortable with you going there and signing a contract between the lawyer
No.
and us.
Well, I'm not sure what would happen. I will bring
I
anything
think
back.
bring the,
You can just go forward and say that we have agreed, and then bring the
Who's-
documents back, and we'll
Yeah,
see.
and then
because-
we'll look
well,
at the
who is-
documents.
Who is hiring him?
Cut
Is
off
it
the
the
chopping block.
consortium? So the
That's what I'm afraid of.
consortium will be signing the contract, and you won't necessarily be signing for Tilton, but we're
We still have to agree-
joining to that.
It's consortium contract. You have to be a part of that.
Right.
Attached to that agreement agreement, there's like 8 separate pages for each town.
Each town would have, Board of Selectmen would have to agree, because the Board of Selectmen can only act.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it works, and maybe I was a little premature in
I don't-
my statement.
I think we're giving you the powers to go forth and bring our word as a Board of Selectmen and the consensus to your meetings and say, this is what we want, this is what we don't want, and then bring it back to us in the
Yes.
information. But as far as making a decision on our behalf,
Oh, no.
appreciate it first if you came back and then got our consensus and then brought
I
it back.
don't want to be making decisions for the Board of Selectmen.
Sounds great to me.
Okay. I think we had a memorandum of understanding, but like I say, I ran out the door
Yeah, we
today.
did, right.
And do we still have that memorandum of understanding, Joyce? I mean, I'm sure we could sign it next week if we don't have it, and I'll just inform Scott Dunn that we've taken a vote to do it, but we haven't signed it yet.
Well, we did take a motion on that,
Yeah, we did.
on the memorandum of understanding.
Yeah, we did.
We took a motion and a vote without joining the consortium. We
The
talked
memorandum
about
of
it.
understanding was not based on joining the consortium.
I think it was.
We're talking about two different memorandums of understanding then.
There was a lawyer paper, and there was a memorandum of understanding under 53A or 91.
Yeah, we're talking about two different things,
whatever.
yeah.
There were two agreements.
There was the agreement with the attorney,
Right.
and then there's the memorandum of understanding.
I'm sure we had the copy of it. This is the one for the lawyer, right there. And I know there was another one that was a agreement amongst the member towns.
Scott Dunn that sent it.
It is, and it would come from Scott Dunn. He's the chairman of our group. Can't find it?
No, it's frozen.
Oh. We could sign it next week. I'll just inform him that we took the vote, and the paperwork will be, I'll have the paperwork when I come to the next.
Well, the last paragraph, we cannot guarantee success.
Why can't they guarantee success?
Let me just...
Depends on how
We
you
look
measure
forward to
success.
representing you. While we cannot guarantee success in all cases, I want to personally assure you that our firm will use its best efforts on your behalf.
They negotiated for Dover and Rochester successfully,
I mean, what is the
for whatever
alternative?
that's worth.
MetroCast is going
And then
to
the
say,
very
no, we're
next-
not going to broadcast in those communities
Oh,
anymore?
God, no. I think MetroCast is very motivated.
Then the very next sentence is, please sign the enclosed signature page.
Gotta love it.
I think we need some time to look at that, Joe. If it's okay with you, we make a motion for this next week?
Yep.
Okay,
Absolutely. Positively.
because it's very late right now.
And I'm pretty darn sure there's a copy of this in our MetroCast folder.
I think we have one in our mail, too.
I've been
Yeah, I
giving
think we
them to
do.
everybody.
Too.
All right,
They have not signed anything. They want to look.
Norm, do you have anything?
Sign the memorandum next week.
Yes, I do.
Work that out.
The Parks Commission met this week, and they have voted to continue with walkthroughs. The only thing that they would like to have, because they said it seemed like we were getting the notice that the park was reserved like 1 or 2 days before the event, and nobody had a chance to schedule time to go over there, so they would like to see more time. In other words, if somebody's walking in and on Friday saying, I want to reserve the park for tomorrow, it's going to be like, no, you can't. You know, we need at least a week's notice, so...
So they're not going to be able to rent the park?
Now, if they come in tomorrow and they want to rent the park for the next day, I mean, geez, how can anybody just at the drop
Well,
of
if
a
the
hat
selectmen's
run out there?
available to do the walkthrough, we could do it, right?
Yeah, I think it
If the
was,
selectmen are willing to continue in that practice, but a lot of the people that...
I'm not willing to do it on a regular basis, but in that instance, we could do that.
I would be available to help out from time to time.
In that
I'm sure that would
instance,
be okay, because that's one thing that they did say is it seemed like quite often we didn't even get the word that the park was, and it wasn't meant as a reflection on anybody here, but so more that the person wanting the park was coming in at the last minute to reserve it.
and that does happen.
And it does happen, and when it does happen, it's, well, geez, you know, my weekend or my plans are already set.
Or I'm out of town or whatever. I can understand that,
Whereas
sir.
if they got a week's notice, it's like, oh yeah, well, I can arrange to do that at such and such a time. But, so if the selectmen are agreeable to fill in when nobody else can do it.
I would help.
I mean.
Certainly. All I got to do is give me a call. If I'm available, I would go.
Then I guess it would be okay. But and it's really going to boil down to 3 parks commissioners that can do a walkthrough, because Vicky Virgin cannot do it. Marina Sumner works 2 jobs, so she can't do it. And Bill Lawrence is the only person running the store, so he can't do it.
Yeah.
So it's coming down to me, Bob Hardy, or Peter Falk.
I think it's important that somebody does the walkthrough at the end, just so we're
Yeah,
covered.
well, you got to do it.
know.
You got to do it at the beginning and the end of the event.
Yep.
So that
Okey-dokey.
was the decision. They will continue with walkthroughs.
All right, terrific.
Sounds great. Catherine, do you have anything for us?
Yep. I actually did the walkthrough last Saturday for that, the birthday party in the park, and I did a complete walkthrough of the park and had a list of insufficiencies. And, oh, look at you. And I sent it to the park commissioners, which they did discuss at their meeting. My conclusion as a selectman is we may have to go back to hiring the summer help that we used to hire. We used to hire one person for the Public Works Director who would assist in mowing and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
Because there are things that need to be done at Riverfront Park that really don't fall into the definition of, like Belknap Landscaping, who's doing the mowing, et cetera.
The cleaning people.
Or the cleaning people.
For instance.
For instance, we have a walkway that is so uneven, it's really difficult to walk down. You
The
have-
cobblestone one there?
No, the graveled sand dust one. You have, concrete that has to be maintained. There are popcorn holes in all the concrete that should have been repaired a long time ago. If we were to subcontract all that work out, it'd be very expensive. All of the lamp posts are covered with old dead grass that looks pretty
Trash and
ugly.
trees.
The pavilion itself is covered with cobwebs and dead bugs and all the stuff that collects in old cobwebs. It just looks really, really shabby. And there's all these items that are just don't fall into either one of those categories. And in order for all of these things to be addressed, it's going to take somebody to walk into that park Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. It's not going to take them all day, but they're going to go in there and, to do all these things.
Even cleaning the grills, because obviously
Yeah.
when somebody has a barbecue in the park, they can't clean it up because the coals are still hot.
Yeah, I mean, when I was in there, teenagers had to have been burning something quite interesting, or attempting to, because it was still sitting on the grill, and quite frankly, I didn't remove it.
Well, how
It was
does
in a
the-
bag, was it?
No, it wasn't in a bag, but I think a dog left it.
Well, how does the park commissioners want to handle that?
Well, what we're going,
I suggested the same thing I'm suggesting here.
yeah, what we're going to do to address the issues as they currently are is we're going to have a work day, the park commissioners, on Sunday, I think it's the 14th.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm gonna be out of
And
town
we're
that day.
going to just go down and address a lot of these issues. Some of them, some of the issues that she had on here are contact Belknap Landscaping and say, hey, did you realize that, this isn't getting done? Or
Right.
talk to, the cleaning people. And Vicky was going to handle that because that just involves phone calls. But
Right.
we're going to have a work day on Sunday the 14th.
Okay.
And try to address a lot of these issues.
How about going forward?
Well, I mean, obviously, it would be up to the selectmen as to whether or not they want to hire a summer person for next year. I think it's kind of premature to go
I would
making
think that would be under the purview of the Parks Commission, not the selectmen.
Right.
Well, the way Catherine worded it is that their sole job wouldn't be just to work in the park, but whatever else Dennis may have.
Right now, we're
We're gonna
generating
hire
overtime
someone
in
and we
Public
have no
Works.
control over what they do?
Right.
Well, park commissioners, I don't think have the authority to hire employees for the town. That's the selectmen's responsibilities.
Yeah, but I mean,
That's what I mean. These specific items just kind of fall out of
They're in the gray areas or
the gray
fall through
area.
the cracks or whatever.
I mean, certainly the park commissioners could choose to subcontract out some of these things. It's like on Sunday the 14th, I'm going to teach some of the park commissioners how to repair concrete.
Have we know, what do they call them? Not Public Works, the court diversion people, what do they call that?
Community service.
Community service. Have we none of those people that
No.
could do this? No? Well, good. That's an
Yeah.
excellent thing.
Yeah,
I'm
and
glad to hear it.
To subcontract out that work would be pretty expensive. So I'm just throwing it out there. We're coming into budgeting season here, and I think it's something we need to think about. I just think our park is looking real shabby. Real shabby.
I hear what you're saying, but I think it's really a gray area because you want them to have their own autonomy and you want them to do what they
right.
see fit, and yet we need to put a summer seasonal person on hire to do the parks. I don't know how that would work.
Well, again, I don't think the park commissioners have the authority to hire town employees. I think only the selectmen can do that. And again, maybe that's not the avenue they'd like to go.
Catherine just sort of threw that out there. We didn't really have
yeah.
active discussion about hiring somebody.
I'm just letting you know that that possibility exists, that this is something, if we want our park to look well, and I mean, this person could work, we have a lot of other parks, and there's a lot of summer things that he could do for the public works person, and it would
Well, it
only be
seemed to me like
part-time.
it's
But I'm just
still-
throwing it out there that this might come up.
Yeah.
So have
Somehow
so
we
many
need-
hours, I see what you're saying now, so have so many hours designated for park commissions, and that would come out of their budget, and then so many hours would come out of the actual work that Dennis would have him do as extra seasonal. I understand what you're
Because
saying.
now they're back to mowing the Island Park.
Okay, I got you.
See what I mean?
And
Right.
that might knock the 4 hours of overtime we're getting in Public Works every week.
Well, that comes from the
that's-
Saturday.
Oh, what it comes from.
That's a recycling.
Yes, but it
That's
could.
Saturday's recycling, but why couldn't a part-time guy stand there and say, yep, plastic goes there?
Yeah.
Because that's what they do.
But
I'm a recycling guy. I do it for free, but that's all we do. Here's the dumpster.
So if anybody wants to join us August 14th in the park at 9 o'clock.
I would, but I'm going to be in Georgia, I believe.
I'm sorry.
I would, but I'm going to be very
Well,
old.
actually, I'm not that sorry.
Very old.
She'll be recovering from a
Ooh,
birthday.
peaches.
I'm going to bring back, I got to go right through Vidalia, Georgia. And I can get a 25-pound bag of Vidalia onions for $5.
Oh, Joe.
I'll bring
give
them
you
back.
$5.
I'll bring them back.
I'll give you
I'll be
$5.
taking $5 a whack before I go.
right.
I'm leaving next Friday morning.
Friday morning, I got it,
Those
$5.
are not the big 50-pounders, but I mean, that's a lot of onions.
I was
want
gonna
some.
say,
But they're
can-
they're within actual Vidalia where I buy them.
Are you gonna take?
Want
a
to split a
whole
bag?
Hallelujah, and the
bag?
peaches.
I
Oh,
can't use
God,
the
the
onions.
peaches.
Oh, I love that.
I
Yeah,
love Vidalia.
we'll split a
I
bag.
bought 2
We're gonna
bushels
split a bag.
coming home one time. I don't know what I was thinking.
They probably got all mushy before you could eat them all.
Their bag.
Okay, you done, Catherine?
Yeah, I'm done.
Moving right along? Moving right along?
Oh, good, I'm good.
Okay, I would like to read this letter into the minutes. To the Tilton Board of Selectmen, my name is John Corral, K-O-R-A-L, and I am a resident of Belmont, New Hampshire. I am writing you with a petition to consider placing a traffic light at a dangerous intersection on the corner of Silver Lake Road and Route 3 in Tilton. There were many times I have seen vehicles attempting to make left-hand turns from Silver Lake Road onto Route 3, almost getting into accidents. I myself was almost hit recently because drivers on Route 3 do not adhere speed limit combined with blind spot affecting the drivers on Silver Lake Road. I have been driving for more than 45 years and consider myself a prudent driver, and I must confess that this intersection frightens me, not only for myself but also the near collisions I witnessed. Sadly, from my experience, and I am certain many of you as well, a traffic light does not get approved until a tragedy happens. I pray that it will not be in this case. I also understand that ultimately the DOT will need to be involved in a study, but I hope that you, the Board of Selectmen, would consider supporting this petition. I hope to hear from you concerning this matter. Thank you, John Corral.
I have been approached by residents that happen to know I live on Silver Lake Road, and I'm exposed to that very intersection, and I'm here to tell you, today, it took me 5 minutes to get out of there because they don't pay attention to the speed limit, and the landscaping place as you're coming out, but
Right.
if somebody's speeding even a little bit, you have no time. Mr. Buswell, who lives in that neighborhood, has spoken with me about it, and Lieutenant Paulus as well. I spoke with Lieutenant Paulus, who agrees that there had been accidents in the past, and that it's a very dangerous intersection amongst a number of dangerous intersections that we have here in the town of Tilton.
Spectacular.
And where it goes from there, I have no clue, but I would be more than supportive to try to get that on a list of improvements, something, to do something about it.
10-year.
Well, when they,
Yeah, which is now taken 25 years.
Yes.
when we proposed the Silver Lake Road project, that was one of the things DOT wanted to include in the project. But the road committee at the time said the town is not paying for a light at your intersection.
Right.
And they dropped it right out of it because they wouldn't foot the bill. I do agree it's a very dangerous intersection. I often go down Silver Lake to River to Church and often still have to take a right and come up Lancaster Hill Road and back out Grange. And all I'm trying to do is go home.
Yeah.
Well, I would love to support this effort. I'd love to support the petition. I'd love to have DOT, a letter sent to DOT and asking them to study this once again.
Yep.
So I'm behind it.
It can't hurt. I'm not very optimistic about our chances in the short term, but if we plant a seed now, it could grow into a mighty oak, or a traffic light at the end of Silver Lake Road.
Well, the end of Clark Road where they put up the light going into that was on the 10-year list when I moved in that house.
How long did that take?
3 years ago.
33 years?
And it took about, I don't know how old it is now.
About 25 years.
It took about 25 years at least before it ever came to fruition.
Made a big difference, but if it had never been put on the list somewhere along the way, it would have never got done. So hopefully we can get the Silver Lake Road on the list somewhere. But yeah, I
People
would
have been
definitely.
killed at that intersection.
I don't know about killed, but there's certainly a lot of fender benders and what have you.
I was coming over from camping one night, and the motor was on one side of the street, the rest of the car was down the road.
I'd like to talk about our air conditioning program that we have. We are out of air conditioning. Totally. There's no windows, there's no stand-ups, there's nothing, absolutely nothing downstairs. So if a senior calls right now and they're desperate for an air conditioner, we don't have any.
We should give them one of the ones that we've
We
got right
have-
here behind us.
We do have monies that people have donated to purchase them, but Lowe's has been out of them. The 3 that we were going to get from the Barons, they have subsequently sold them because the monies have been slow getting in here to Town Hall. And they've sold them, and it's now we're into a very, very difficult time because we have a heat wave coming, and there's a couple more seniors, I understand, that are getting doctor's notes that...
Well, I know that the Sewer Commission came up with the cost for half of the...
We don't own these. The town of Tilton and the Sewer Commission own these, Joe.
That's
not
right,
the
they came
chat.
up with half of the money for the Sewer
Right,
Commission
so-
did. So we could definitely give them one of them from the town of Tilton in an emergency,
Why
yes?
couldn't we reimburse the sewer commissioners in the town of Tilton with the donated monies? And then give these,
I'm not looking to do the Sewer Commission or hey, this is great. It really has been much nicer this year than last year up here, and it's tolerable, but I know that there's some elderly people and disabled people that can't breathe.
I haven't gotten any calls yet, but
Right.
if we do, we're in trouble.
I think-
Chief,
We put another one downstairs yesterday.
a new one? Okay, great.
Another one next week.
did Mr. Parento get one?
Do they have any for sale? Yes, Mr. Parento got one.
We're only getting what comes back.
Okay, but, so there's nothing there for sale, so that we can purchase some?
I'll keep an eye on it.
Home Depot has nothing either.
We got a very nice, I wouldn't purchase them from them.
I would
They
say
wouldn't
that
even
we
give us
re-
5,
if
they
we
wouldn't
have
give it
to, we
2%.
reimburse the sewer commissioner and the town for these, from the donated monies, and then use these.
What about,
So we've got a check from Northway Bank. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the check for $300 from Northway
Yay.
Bank for an air
Well, we
conditioner
replace
in Winnisquam Marine.
what about Johanna? Okay, they're back.
So I think that the purpose for doing that was to make the reasonable accommodations for an employee up here. And I think that we really need to do that. If it gets above a certain amount, then she goes home, and that's not really, that's why the sewer commission, I personally went to the sewer commissioners and asked them to vote for that.
But I think the sewer commissioners would understand, our employee has the option of...
If it became an emergency, maybe we could talk about it
But an
then.
elderly person, well, if we don't talk about it now, and the emergency comes up, how are we going to solve it? Because it might be a week before we meet and the heat wave is over. An elderly person in a small apartment doesn't have the luxury, especially if they're hooked up to oxygen or whatever health issue they have, to just leave their apartment. Our employee has been dealing with the heat up here for years. When she can, she has the option of going home or going downstairs. Or
I don't want to see Joanne uncomfortable, certainly. That's why I was all for getting these things up here. I just want to make sure that nobody has medical problems that absolutely has to have these. And we should think about it anyway.
Right.
The other thing that I wanted to bring up was I think that we should consider talking again about the proposal that John Bernard has presented to us on the Grange. I've looked at it, I've talked about it, and I know Sandy has gone out, walked it personally. I think that it would be a win for certainly the seniors, and I think that given the circumstances, I think it would also be a win for him. However, I would like to propose that perhaps instead of how do I say it? I have a terrible headache, so I'm trying to... If we have our building and their pavement right now goes like this, they want the easement to go this way behind our outbuilding to their land. Well, this is their land. They want to take an easement, a corner of our land here, to do that. What if he paved all of this right down to the road and angled parking here, and then we put up signs on the building, senior Grange parking or senior parking only?
Grange parking only.
Grange parking only, and that way it would be even, now we have this parking here in the front, we have this parking in the front, and then angled parking here. So we have this parking, however we want to do it.
I kind of hate to do away with the grass, but I agree, we need the
There's really
parking.
no grass, if you take a look there,
There isn't much.
there's
lot,
no
yeah.
grass there,
I know.
There'll
and
still be a little buffer here and here. and-
there's
Be some
a
out
grass here, and there's grass here. There's, and then here's the well right here.
And what does our own ordinance say about how much property can, you know what I'm doing, property can...
Permeable surfaces, impervious surfaces.
But we asked him to bring this before the Conservation Commission for their input. Because
You
to
wanna-
do this, we're impacting these wetlands.
You want your lot coverage?
Yes, thank you, lot coverage.
What is that? Is that mixed use right there? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't know.
Wait a minute.
That must be residential, what's
I
that?
think it's
Mixed use.
it
Is it
is,
mixed use? It's
Yeah.
not, it's the other one down there.
it has to be mixed use, because there's a
It's
business
mixed
next
use
door.
'cause that's fine,
Right,
not that far down.
right.
Okay, here's the Grange Road right here. Mixed use goes over to the end of where Lancaster Hill meets Route 3.
Yes,
That's all mixed use right there. The other side of Lancaster Hill would be RA, or,
right.
so anyway, I'm saying it's mixed use. And in mixed use, you can have your lot coverage of 50%.
So that would do it.
This is me.
50% of the lot or 50% of the available space
use.
after the building is built?
Encompasses all.
50%, you can have 50%
No,
lot
mixed use
coverage.
ends right there. So what's that?
That is Grange Road, does it end on
We'd
the
have in
road?
excess of that, I think. We need a variance.
So what's this right in there?
No, we wouldn't.
It would be more than 50% with the
triangle.
building. We'd only have a little space out back, wouldn't we?
Right, you have a space in the back and...
And on the
coming
side.
out
Blacks are the
side.
boundaries.
Oh, that's true. There is that strip
Right.
along the other side.
Plus in front, which wouldn't be paved.
That's really hard to look at.
You need a bigger.
I thought we were talking about paving the
That's
front
really
as well.
difficult.
No.
I doubt it.
And the
What was the
area,
lot coverage for mixed use, I'm sorry?
50%.
but regardless, the parking on the other side in front of the shed That could be a gravel parking lot. You know, it doesn't have to be paved. She's talking about paving that side because he's already paved.
There's already pavement there and it
It's an
drops off.
extension of that
Exactly.
pavement.
Leave
Yeah.
this all, this would
Right,
be the only
gravel.
paved, so
This,
you'd be all
well,
set.
this here is going to be gravel.
His parking lot's going to be gravel.
This is gravel over here behind us, but this is already paved here.
We'd have to be very careful. If we're going to do this, I want to be very careful how we word this.
Right.
Do we give him an actual easement or a right to pass over?
He's only asking for an easement or a right to pass off that one little
Right, that's all
corner.
he's asking. In exchange, he will prepare this and make a parking,
Is he agreeable to that?
Great, yeah, he proposed.
but, Norm, he has no clue about this idea about.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, that.
No, I made a phone call to him. I have no idea if he would be amenable to that or not.
Because you're asking him to,
Extend, it's probably, I don't know, 6 feet maybe, 7 feet,
Yeah.
extending but his road that he wants to put out is gravel. Where he's going to cut the trees and on his land and make a parking for us is going to be gravel.
right. No, but I'm saying,
Yeah, that other
think
piece,
you
I'm
would
going to
buy
ask him.
into-
I
it sounds like
haven't a
you want
clue,
him
it's worth a
to
try.
pay for all that.
Is there any reason why that our parking on that side couldn't be gravel too?
Because of the drop-off. It doesn't complete a whole vehicle if you were going angle.
Okay.
That's why, because it's too short. The only
Because it's so
reason.
close to the building?
Right.
All right.
Because it goes at an angle. The building's this way, and the hot top actually goes this way.
Right. Okay.
It's not parallel to the building.
Exactly. It's not a straight line. It's an angle. So I thought maybe if he was amenable to that, would we, on a right to pass over or this here, and then he could do this and this. That would be huge for our seniors.
After thinking about it, I would, even without the extension of the asphalt, I think it's a good idea to get the extra parking for
If
the
we
senior
can,
center.
you seem to think that this over here where the wetlands is, we have room, right?
Right, it's not, the parking won't be in the wetlands. It will go into the
Buffer.
wetland buffer a little bit. But as long as, you're not using impervious surface, the board has been known in the past to give little waivers for that. They won't forgive they won't let you go into the whole thing, but you're talking just a small part.
A few feet.
A few feet, and it would be gravel. It's not going to be an impervious surface. So I don't think that would be an effort, to get a
Is the
waiver.
planning board, is he on the agenda for Tuesday?
Tuesday,
he
yeah.
is.
Okay, and the Conservation Commission meets the third Monday, right?
15th,
Yeah.
right.
So obviously, we will talk about it Tuesday night at the planning meeting.
Something that we could bring up next week and talk again.
Yeah, I'd like to hear.
By then
what-
I would hear,
Both the planning and the conservation before I make
Right.
any kind of decision. I'd like to
Okay.
hear from them first.
we'll bring it up in a couple weeks then.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
But I
by
don't
then
think
I
there's-
will have talked to him
Yeah.
as well.
Right.
Yeah, I see what more he's thinking about this, if it's just a simple right to pass over. Or if he actually wants ownership, or
No, he told
No,
me
we
it
don't want
just-
him to be
He
able to
only asked
It's an
for
pay,
easement.
alter,
That's all he wants.
and then how wide, and...
He wants to fill the back
Who's going to
here.
maintain, who's going to maintain his right to pass over?
is the,
So his right to pass
This is-
over is going
right.
to be a gravel driveway. Who's going to plow it? Where's the snow going to go? No,
Well,
no
that's all gotta
salt.
be planning
We have,
board anyway, about where the snow goes.
Who's gonna
He can't
Have
plow
a
it into
dredge
the
and fill
wetlands.
permit from him
Sounds like a Jewish holiday, right to that.
for the driveways.
Just because we
Okay.
think about it doesn't make it anywhere near a
Does that go to
what
Concon?
he's wanting from the town. This is,
I know what he wants.
that little triangle right here. But he's here,
Yeah.
that he only wanted an easement. He didn't want the ownership.
Right, but what kind of an easement? What, okay.
A right
A right to pass over.
Okay, and he's going to put a place where his people can access their parking lot, so
Right.
stone, gravel,
Right.
you know, if his people are driving in and out of there, do we want something dusty that's going to fill our building full of dust? Do we want it asphalted? Do we want it gravel? Who's going to maintain it in perpetuity? His
Right.
people are using it, who's going to maintain it? Who's
I
going to
think that's
plow
what
it?
we have to talk about.
That's what we
Right.
need to,
Right. I
that's
agree
what
with
we
you.
need to get down.
That has
And
to be
it's got
part-
to be a written agreement.
Yes.
Into the
Completely
easement.
understood, yeah.
God, yes.
Oh, yeah.
If we're giving him part of the Grange land to build a driveway.
We're not
that'll be a-
giving it to them.
I know what you mean. I
Well,
know,
we
you know
might
what I
as
mean.
well
An
be.
easement.
Easement.
Yeah.
You know, and
I
then,
know it's not a gift.
is it a renewable easement, or is it,
I think it should be a renewable easement.
I mean, if it's not, why doesn't he just buy it? You know what I mean?
Oh, you mean do a boundary line adjustment with it?
Well, you couldn't, the property's too small.
Yeah.
He wants to buy the whole parcel.
He wanted it, didn't he?
Yes.
And then tear the building down. I have just one more thing. Just one more little thing. I didn't
Okay, I
realize
just
it
have,
until a minute ago.
okay, go ahead.
I wasn't aware of this until I opened up this newsletter from the Department of Environmental Services. But a gentleman that I've worked with for the past 10 years has passed away. He worked in limology. He was the director down at DES. And his name is Jody Connor. And I had no idea that he had died until I opened this, that he is gone. He's responsible for so many programs, for cleaning up the lakes. He really spearheaded the milfoil project on how to eradicate milfoil. And in this, there's a note from the commissioner. It says, "To honor Jody Connor's legacy, DES is seeking ideas for one or more living memorials to Jody Connor and his work. If you have such an idea or would like to support such an effort, please send me your thoughts by Labor Day 2011.
Got an idea?
And his favorite lake was Lake Winnisquam.
Go figure.
Yeah, so I
My
just,
favorite lake.
I am so,
I'm part
I am
of the
so
Silver
sad.
Lake
He was such
myself,
a,
but yeah,
such a
I like
resource, such a
Winnisquam.
nice person, and he's gone. But I don't know what we could do. We don't have water access.
Bare minimal access over by the dam near my house.
Yeah,
Bare minimal access.
yeah.
And that's just like on either side for the river going up into Lake Winnisquam or into Silver Lake.
Yeah.
But it's almost nothing.
Almost nothing, but it's just so sad. Had to have been sudden. That was it.
I can get a ride home.
Yeah, go home. I'll take drop her off. I gotta go right by anyway.
I'll get a ride home. We're going to go into non-public now. Thanks. Okay.
I'll drop her off.
Is there any more business to come before us in a public session? Okay. With that said, I will make a motion to enter into non-public session as per RSA 91A:3, consideration and negotiation of pending claims or litigation.
Second.
Roll call vote?
Yes.
Make a motion that we seal the minutes of the non-public session as they pertain to litigation until the matters are resolved.
Second. Do we have to, discussion?
All those in favor, discussion, go ahead.
Discussion only because some of it was a personnel issue that should be sealed forever, right?
Well, I don't think that part will even be part of the minutes.
No, that was just,
The latter discussion?
Okay, never mind that, never mind. Yes.
Oh,
aye.
yeah, it was just, that's, yeah.
Yes.
Just litigation, yeah. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
second.
Second, third, yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We're still here.